suck my dick and eat my asshole, you sons of bitches. What, baby?
Roll, I'm going down, down, baby. Yo, street in a Range Rover, street sweeper, baby, cock ready to let it go.
This is a message to all the haters out there. If you don't like what I do, but you watch everything I'm doing, you're still a fan.
Shout out to the lurkers.
Right?
Is that mashup?
A valid toxic trait right there. That is valid. As soon as we find out that you don't like us, we will intentionally do things to make us love us even more.
Make us love us even more? Make you love us? Maybe.
Make them, make whatever the case may be.
I know what you meant, but the way that you said it didn't make sense. Fucking
How about you? How about you not worry about being a grammar Nazi all the time before I come down to Indiana and I whoop your crippled ass?
That wasn't even a grammar Nazi thing. That was just a I want what you're saying to make sense.
It makes perfect sense.
It didn't. The way that you said it made zero sense.
Why
the fuck does this keep happening?
Your drug-induced mind doesn't comprehend English.
Speaking
man.
of drugs, guess what time it is?
That means in about 10 minutes, Connor's going to be about throwing up. What's going on, Benji?
Oh,
What's
God,
going on, everybody? Welcome. It's Wednesday night. You know, it's nonsensical nonsense time. I no longer acknowledge Hump Day. I only call this Nonsensical Day, and I feel like you guys should start adopting it as well. Connor's in the building. Jeff's on the period, so his mangina is currently bleeding.
Hey, that's all right. Happens to the best of us.
Lord only knows when he'll be back. And I'm Glick. So you guys are going to be stuck with Connor and I tonight, unless we decide to invite anybody else up with us.
What's up, Benji?
If you're not already, go ahead and check out the socials. We do got that Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. We do the show live every Wednesday and Saturday, 7-ish. I'm trying to get it close back to being closer to 7. I'm working on that. Like 7:15-ish start time. I'll try to get that back in there. But we do the show live Wednesdays and Saturdays on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And you can also listen to us anytime, anyway. Wherever you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense. Or you can simply run right on over to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. It's down at the bottom of your screen if you're watching us live or if you're watching the replay. And you can get all those links where you can give us a quick follow, maybe a little like a Rooski. And if you like what you hear and like what you see, give us a share. We greatly appreciate that. And don't forget to turn on your notifications. So that way, you know what we do when we do how we do, baby, baby. Also, don't forget to check out our sponsors. Liquid IV, going to get you properly hydrated, making sure you get to all that good hydrational needs with some awesome flavors. W Energy, getting you energized, getting you focused, wage war against big energy. And if you're a fellow podcaster, broadcaster, and or streamer, feel free to check out Zencaster. And make sure you use our promo code Words Are Hard at checkout. All those locations to get those savings and discounts. Man alive. You know, I feel like I get a show intro to our sponsors, and then we still do the ad read, so it's a nice little extra for our sponsors. Holy shit, if it's not the one and only Kevin A. Hawley. What up, motherfucker?
Right. Just for anybody who rewatches this, for anyone who rewatches this and or just saw what happened, I'm going to show you, just for confirmation, I'm not intentionally ODing myself on camera. Taking one. They all fell out. I was trying to do a dramatic pill drop, and every single one of my pills fell out of my mouth.
You just made a giant mess. Dude, I miss the hell out of you too, Kev. That's what he said. When you gonna come up on the show with us? You name the time and place, and I'll bring you up, even right now. I want to hear about your new adventure being a stand-up comedian and what's going on in your world. Kevin Hawley is one of my best friends in the whole world, and I met the guy through a wannabe radio show guy and a wannabe podcaster. The only achievement he has in life is being 6'9" or 10 or 11 or however tall he is. And Kevin and I met. Kevin used to host a podcast. Give me 1 second, Kevin. And actually, I got to go down to Tampa and meet Kevin and a whole bunch of people and hang out with them and make him a Nickelback fan.
Okay.
How do I do this?
All right. So real quick, I want to give a real quick shout out to Tilly. She lives in fucking Scotland, and it's like 2 a.m. every time we run this show, but it never fails. Within an hour of us starting this show on Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, probably, I'll be honest, Glick, I don't watch your music show very often, but probably on Glick's music show. I don't see her watching Dollars and Cents, but she might. I don't know. I don't pay attention to just individual podcasts either personally, but she is on this show almost every single time we stream or that we're live. And fucking shout out to you for that, because it takes some dedication to a show that is mediocre at best.
Hey, pal. You know what? That's the first time. This is not the first time my show has been insulted or my co-host have been insulted today.
Hey, I'm insulting myself too. I exist on this show too. All right. I know that
my co-host. I woke up this morning to listening to insults about my show from somebody who has no business talking anything about my show. And then we were called boobs.
we are kind of boobs, but we're not like nice boobs. We're like one big saggy tit, and then like.
And then somebody in said person's chat who has a tendency to be extremely rude and make rude comments like, "I'm going to watch somebody else stream," and name blast them all over the comments, decided to call our listeners and our followers and our friends stupid.
Well, they're just a silly sausage.
And I said, well, somebody's feeling some sort of way this morning. Kevin, I sent you a link on your Facebook Messenger. All you have to do is click on that, and you can come, and I'll bring you up. I was like,
yeah, dude, hop in here. Make my day way easier. Because I'm in the middle of, I'm getting some makeup assignments done because of my surgery. I'm trying to get some of this shit caught up. I'm definitely failing one of my classes right now.
Oh, it'll be fine. You literally just started.
I had an A in it, and then I missed 3 assignments because I had my surgery, and I've made one of them up now. And the longer I wait to get these other ones done, the more points I lose on them. So, and I have to do these with this week's assignments. But yeah, dude, you come in here, make my day so much easier.
Connor's like, I didn't want to fucking be here tonight either. I should have pulled a Jeff.
No, Jeff's prick ass had to not show up, so now I have to show up.
He messaged me, I think this morning.
Why?
And he was like, "Oh, dude, I'm like dog shit sick. I didn't even do my show last night. I don't know if I'm gonna make it tonight." And I thought about calling him a pussy and telling him to stop being a little baby. But after Saturday night, when I was fucking with him and he got his panties all in a twist, I figured it'd be better not to mess with him.
Hey, man, I was in here and I threw up twice on the show on Monday night. So I don't want to fucking hear your excuses. You sad boy. Let's go. Steven, why are you not here? Why are you just in the comments?
Well, I didn't send him a link. Should I send him a link?
Why would you not send him a fucking link?
Should I just tell you to go the fuck home and just?
No, I never said that, Chris. I enjoy being on this show. Jarvis is on this show on Mondays and Saturdays consistently.
Why not? Might as well just bring him up on Wednesdays too. I mean, Jesus.
I mean, I have no problem with it being just you and me. I really don't. But I feel like Jarvis not being here on Wednesday. I feel like we're missing a key part of this team. Because when Jeff's not here, he picks up the slack by being the Canadian punching bag.
Oh, please.
Yes, Steven, I need someone to shit on. Because every time I do it to Chris, he shits on me back. But every time I do it to you, you're like, Connor, I hate you. Fuck you. It's like so easy. You don't fight back. You're a punching bag.
I would recommend go listen to a Wednesday morning show and go to about 37 minutes to right before ad break, and you'll see what you missed.
The man is not wrong.
Yeah, I'm here because I believe in supporting you guys, but I'm oh yeah, you're right in the middle of recording. Why are you not recording that in well, I guess morning my time, afternoon your time.
Wait, you're watching this in the middle of recording your own show?
She's recording her music show.
See, and again, this just goes to prove my point from earlier. Lecky's dedication to, again, a fairly mediocre show at best is.
That's my feelings, because I try to put out a quality product here. You know what? Maybe what this person said is right. My co-hosts are dumbasses, and I should fire
them. Chris, if I didn't believe in this show, I wouldn't be here.
I actually didn't say anything bad about me. Actually, I was. I think he said. I think this person said I was actually a pretty good host, and I was sustainable. I don't know what that means, but
you're sustainable. I said it back when we worked at Abercrombie, Chris, and I mean it to its fullest extent. I think you could run a wave, Steven.
Show us your wiener, Steven.
Don't do that, Steven. Don't do it.
All right, you talked me into it. No.
Jesus,
that's the show rule. Show us your wiener so we know you're real. All right. It's weird.
But I said it then, and I honestly believe it. Chris, I think that you would make a great radio show host. I could like people driving to work in the mornings when I used to wake up at 05 and fucking be on the road. And was this person
American?
I think you could genuinely run a really good radio show. I would listen to you on my way to work in the mornings. It'd give me one less reason to kill myself at work.
I mean, this person
wave. You got to wave.
Trust me, I know that's his goofy. Show us your wiener.
No cocks on the show. No cocks on the show.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, okay. Oh, we got kicked off.
It's so small. Why is it so small?
Yeah, why are you carrying around a subcompact? What are you?
Hey, man, because I'm a small guy. You know.
He is. He's a part of the Munchkin Guild, like Jeff. See, I replaced one short person with another short person.
Oh my god!
And Connor, I do appreciate that. As I go to thank Connor, he mutes his mic and picks up his cell phone.
What's up, guys? What's up, Glick? Holy shit!
What's going on, Kev? How you been, man?
Fucking just killed it, man.
Yeah, dude. I've seen on Facebook you're busy as hell. I won't say you're good at stand-up comedy yet, but you're getting way better.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my skills at landscaping. My landscaping skills are amazing.
So you're landscaping these days?
No, I'm not. I'm kidding. My weeds are like 4 feet tall, dude. It's terrible. They're bigger than me. It's terrible.
So it's like normal growth for if I were to walk through the yard.
Hey, I've got a question for the dude to your left. He said something about makeup from his surgery. What kind of surgery did you have that you need makeup now, dude?
Well, as we have discovered on the show, we are the Equal Opportunity Podcast. We're an EOP. Oh, okay. We've had POCs on the show. We've had weird serial killers right there beside you on the bottom screen. We have small people. and, and now we have our first ever trans co-host, and Connor is currently transitioning into the bearded lady.
I like it. Connor, you're hot. What's up?
He's transitioning to she, and we will call it, and she will be called Connie. So we have to make sure we use the proper pronouns. Thankfully, he's not super sensitive about it when we call him a him still. So
Hey, bro, you talked about coming down to Tampa, right?
Mhm.
And that was a fun time. If it wasn't for that trip, I never would have started playing PUBG. And because of you, my dumbass went out and bought a 55-inch TV and an Xbox console just so I could play PUBG, dude.
PUBG is so bad on the Xbox, though, man.
Oh, it's my life. Yeah,
I
thanks.
used to play it on my phone. I haven't played in forever. I've been so wrapped up in playing Call of Duty and stuff, and I just bought a new Xbox and put my old one in my son's room. So now, like today, I came home from work, and while we were waiting on dinner to get done, Kim and I were in there playing wrestling. We were playing WWE 2K or 20K, 2K.
Well, hold on. When you say waiting for dinner to get done, is that like you're like, "Where's my dinner, bitch"? Was it like that?
Yeah, basically, I come in and throw hands and demand my dinner to be ready, and
All right. Good. Just checking. All right, good.
I run the Casa de Glick with an iron fist.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because I've been dating a lot, and I tried that. My friends, they told me to go on this dating app where I can meet like promiscuous chicks, like BDSM, like S&M chicks, and it was called Plenty of Fist, and I didn't like it, Glick. I didn't like it.
Plenty of fist.
Is that kind of like Grinder?
It's kind of like Grinder. I actually accidentally used my Grinder app to order Uber Eats, and I ordered a tossed salad. And like 15 minutes later, Connie showed up at my house and ate my ass. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like me at all already.
He's on the phone. He's on the phone. He can't even hear us right now.
Well, go fuck yourself then. Yeah.
No, he's taking a phone call, so he can't hear us right now.
Oh man.
Yeah, but no, man. Like how's everything going down there? How's everything been going for you?
Oh man, it's been really good. I'm really busy with. I started a new job. Two new jobs. I'm still in the restoration business for my day job, but I started working at Side Splitters at night, doing the box office. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I get to like meet all the headliners. Dude, I met Chris Jericho the other night. Dude came in with a posse to watch comedy. Yeah, it's cool. Good times, What about you, dude? Like I see your beard is so long. Like, if you have a boner and you're sitting on the couch, does your beard mix in with your pubes or?
Yeah, I usually rub them together, or I tickle the tip just a little. It's a tip tickler, man.
Oh, dude, I've been shooting testosterone like Apollo Creed, man. No joke. Like I didn't have low T, but I was going to the chiropractor and they had a nurse practitioner there. So I asked because she was hot. And so I asked if I could, have a consultation with her about testosterone therapy. And so my insurance covered the blood tests, right? And so I went and did the tests and get it, dude. I was in the green and everything. I did not have low T, but she's like, because of your age, I'm in my mid 40s. She's like, I can still prescribe you testosterone. And I was like, hell yeah, let's go. So I did it. And like 3 months later, I had to go back and get another test to see how my levels were. And it turns out, dude, I was abusing it. It turns out that I've got the testosterone levels of a 25-year-old light-skinned, well-hung black guy. Yeah, that's me. I'm not even kidding, dude. I shot it up today. I was like, oh, Yeah. So Glick, I figured now is the time to start dating black girls, You know what I mean?
Hey, man. I mean, you might feel like that. However, you're still a middle-aged 5'4" white guy.
Connie, I started doing that though. So I went to the strip clubs because that's where the black chicks hang out, and I met a black stripper, super hot and really talented, right? But down below, like speaking of pubes, her pubes were like all nappy, like dreadlocked, and her stage name was Kante Kinte. You guys are a tough fucking crowd. I'll tell you what.
Well, Kevin, I would,
What the fuck?
I would like to say, that this is all new to me, but I forget how long I listened to the show and how much I was a part of your show.
Mm-hmm.
I've done this dance with you.
I know we've done this dance before, but speaking of dancing, I met another black stripper at that same club, the Whiskey, and she was even more hot and even more talented. She played the piano, right, and she could sing too. But in the bedroom, all she would do is give me golden showers. And her stage name was Urethra Franklin. Yeah.
So you're working in the box office now.
I'm
we're joking
Oh, good God! Why'd I fucking come on tonight? Fuck you, Jeff.
I can understand. They're like, Kev, we have the perfect position for you.
No, it wasn't like that. No.
I don't want to be the fluffer again on gay porn, damn it.
Oh man. Yeah.
Speaking about another member of the Lollipop Guild, hey Mark.
Fuck this guy. I like Mark. What's up, Mark?
Okay.
He's short like
I don't
me.
know what the fuck I missed. All I heard was homeboy talking about getting his salad tossed by his homeboy and Grinder. So I need to clear the air here. Kevin, are you gay?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I was about to say I'll give you my number. All right, sorry.
No.
Nowadays that ended why.
I'm cool with gay.
Only on days that end with Y.
Yeah. Like why? Why does it hurt? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that
I
reminds
practiced for this.
That reminds me of the Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy. Like, hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Remember that guy, right?
Yep.
And it's like he's like, dude, I don't know if you saw this new commercial, but he's out there and he's like, hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I've got this brand new like LGBTQT, friendly. It's called the My Pillow Biter pillow. I don't know if you guys are into that.
Pillow.
My Pillow Biter. Yeah. That's.
I think you've gone more in depth with this than I thought that we would.
I just wanted to say hello.
Jesus.
Oh man, look at all you guys. You're all in your mom's basement right now. Every one of you. This is amazing. So am I. Look.
I'm actually in your mom's basement.
I'm actually in my bedroom.
Mom, tell her, what's up? She's a lovely lady.
She is. It'll be weird when we wake up tomorrow again and she makes us breakfast like she did when you were in Tampa.
Well, that wasn't weird. It was great. I mean, it was weird because I made your dad sleep on the couch, but I mean,
yeah.
It's weird because I made your dad moan too, but like,
let's not make it gay, all right, Connie?
Yeah. That's
the best thing to do is to make any joke gay. It becomes a little more funny.
I made it a whole family affair. Kevin's brother, his sister, his mom, dad. There was plenty of Glick to go around.
There was. I didn't realize this until he came to Tampa, but Glick actually enjoys dating girls on the spectrum. Everywhere we went, he was. Yeah. But that weekend,
Mickey.
He got pink eye that weekend from eating too much Asperger's. Yeah, I'll be here. Thank you.
Oh my God.
That was a dumb joke, but I liked it.
Thank you. Oh, this is fun, man. You guys, man, Glick, I miss you so much, for real, man. I've been seeing your stuff a little bit here and there, but I haven't been really clicking. I've been really busy. I'm literally working 3 jobs, man. I've just been trying. Yeah, I know. I haven't done my show since 2 Novembers ago, so I've just been out, doing stand up and working, and fucking bitches. left and right, all of them. Only the hot ones.
Didn't you learn from the last time you impregnated your dog?
Oh man.
Fucking bitches.
I mean,
Litter of puppies.
I remember that Chihuahua. Its dick was like this long, dude. It would drag behind it when it walked.
God damn.
It had like a 5-pound Chihuahua, and its dick was as big as my middle finger. It would drag.
Someone needs to tell Jeff about this dog.
Oh, I miss Jeff too. God damn it. Yeah, because he's Mexican.
He doesn't love us anymore.
Oh
Yeah, Jeff fucking, oh, I'm sick. Connor was puking twice or 3 times on Monday and still is here.
Yeah, I was thrown up in the middle of it. I was, what was it, Saturday night? I was fucking struggling super hard on Saturday night. I was still here. I had to get told to leave the show.
Well, that's what happens. Take all those weird gender transforming hormone medications, you know.
Actually, it's oxycodone, but that works too.
For being bigger.
Somebody commented about autism. I think I saw. I don't know. I don't have my glasses on. I'm blind.
Oh, we talked about autism the other day, and the guy who came in here that we were talking about autism with, apparently he was autistic, and we kept going with it.
Why not? Because they're going to keep going with it. That's what they do.
That's just their life, man. They can't just stop.
The one that challenged Rick to a fist fight and then came in here and pretty much sucked him off the whole time.
Yeah, that kid was pretty cool. He's young though. He is super young. He's a big wrestling fan. He's he's definitely he's definitely autistic. But he apologized the next day. He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I came at Big Rick like that. He was actually really cool." And I was like, "Dude, it's not that big a deal. Have you ever?" I said, "I know it was your first time, but I said that's all we do. We talk shit and bust balls on the show. So you didn't do anything wrong, man." So he was like, "Okay."
Well,
okay, Mark. You know what? You only do show once a fucking week. I do shows 3 times a week. Fuck you.
Hey! Be nice to each other. Jeez,
Mark, man. Hey, but don't all retarded people love wrestling? Isn't that what Shane Gill said? Like they love titties.
No.
And
that makes sense with Chris. God damn it.
I mean, the guy may have a point.
Yeah, I'm good. You're being weird.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why I keep going back to wrestling all the time. It's just
as
like,
I should. What, Benji?
yeah, Benji. Step
I'm
up.
confused. As I should what? Say it to my face, pussy ass.
You know he's handy capable, right?
Who, me? Or
No,
Benji?
Yeah, you're crippled. Be careful.
I'm the definition of handy capable. I'm handicapped, and I do the shit that actually makes me mad.
Connor, how old are you?
That actually hurts me worse. Don't know who this prick is, but that's not very nice. You talking about me or Kevin?
You will never find his sense of humor funny. I promise you that.
Oh,
Nobody.
man.
Let's be honest.
She was too cute to say such a nasty thing. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Wow.
She go back to go back to rubbing her junk. You know, whatever she was doing before the show started.
Leggy's a nice lady.
Leggy's are our friend. She
Like
your mind, and that's one of the reasons we like her.
Yeah, she doesn't like retarded people, and that's I mean, it's almost racist. It's almost a hate crime. You know, what if I was
racist?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel
I mean, I could easily just find old shows from the Kevin Holly show, and she'll be like, "Yeah, he really does have special needs."
Yeah. But I don't need.
No, people with autism aren't retarded. There's a difference.
Yeah, right. Oh, look at.
No, like genuinely, there is a difference, isn't there? There's a difference. I don't know the difference, but I know there's a difference.
Okay, first and foremost, Marcus. I don't take 45 2 hours and 45 minutes of breaks.
Thank you, Mark.
I think we take we take like a 3 to 5 minute break on the hour. I got to shout out to sponsors. Kevin would be like, "Oh man, we've been doing the show for 10 minutes. We'll see you guys in 45."
No, we had
No,
the bathroom.
now, Mark, you got to get it right. Glick is the one that's supposed to guest on a show, falls asleep, and then the C Squad announcer, me, gets called in, and then Glick's like, "Oh, hey, I fell asleep, took a nap, and then fucking just remembered I'm supposed to be on a show."
I was there 5 minutes late because I had technical difficulties.
Excuses.
And you know what? Like I said, sometimes this big old bear needs
Yeah.
a nap after work.
And thank you, Connor. Thank you, Connor.
Well, wait, hold on a
You
second.
know what I'm hearing, Chris? A whole
Should-
lot of excuses.
Yeah.
Should we mention?
The champ wouldn't fucking make excuses. Just saying.
Shots
Conor
fired.
McGregor wouldn't make excuses.
No, he'd just get his leg broke.
Glick used
I'm
to make,
waiting for him to come back.
He won't.
Glick used to have a box full of dildos in his garage on the top shelf, and it wasn't a
Hey,
box.
there's nothing wrong with that, Kevin.
Dude, there were so many dildos though. So many.
Hey, sometimes Connor has to come over and try him out, you know?
Why do you think Connor's crippled now?
Wait, do you still have the dildos?
No, God, no. I
No,
lost
he
them.
gave them to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Come
I
on,
lost
Kevin.
them.
Okay, hey, I've been out of the loop. I don't know.
God.
I got the kids. She got the dildos. And then the boys. I'm like, hey.
That's great.
He let Connor have his pick of the litter first before Glick gave it to his ex-wife.
Oh, trust me, if I'd have known Connor back then, I'd have been like, that would have probably been a fight between the two of them. I'm like, y'all can take whatever you. That's an argument you guys can have on your
Dibs
own.
on the rubber cocks.
Yeah,
Dibs.
I'm gonna go to the sidelines for this one.
No, I see what I would do with that though is I would just take a box full of the suction cup ones and I would drive around in a convertible and I would just throw them at people's fucking windshields if you're driving down the highway.
Like, backwards and see if they land. You know, like. Boom.
Catch me if you can, coppers.
Shit. Do that. I'm gonna do exactly that. That's a great.
Was that a dick? That's a dick.
That's a dick. that is a certified dick. It sounds like such a Florida thing to do, though. Just throw dildos out of your car at other cars.
I'd
Yeah.
have to go down to Tallahassee for that.
Dude, the police blotter would be like, man in high speed, yeah, eluding.
Throwing adult toys out the window.
Could you imagine that? If you're witnessing that, you're just driving down I-75 doing 79 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 cars go past you, and there's dildos flying everywhere, and you catch one. I would suppose the guy puts a sticker on the back of his convertible that says, not responsible for dildos on windshields, like a dump truck, you know, then
Yeah.
you can't even pull him over for that, you know?
I'm just saying, that's just sounds like
Don't
such a-
get just got a
such a-
sticker on the side that says
absolute
takes turns with
You
dildos.
got some of those people down in Florida that instead of a fucking bumper, they got dildos that line up the fucking bumper.
A dildo bumper. Yeah, that's a great idea. This car is
Oh yeah, instead of the nut sack hanging, you just got a big old dildo.
Instead of the fucking dice hanging from the whatever it is, they got the fucking two dildos just hanging there. Honey, you know, since you want to practice, here you go.
You know, we joke now, but it's only a matter of time before you start seeing on social media the floor idiots with their dildos on their back bumper or their rear
Dude,
view.
I'm telling you, that needs to be the new trend. Is instead of driving around and smashing people's mailboxes, just go dildo houses.
Just go run it. Just go. You see a person go grab their mail, you just slap them with a dildo.
Or you like you ding dong ditch them, but like you smack a suction cup dildo over the little peephole.
yeah.
So they go to look through it and they're like, "What the fuck?" No, really?
I'm with Connor on that.
Because what are you gonna do? Leave it there? No, they have to grab it.
What
So I'm not telling you what you should do with it beforehand, but somebody could grab the inside of your ass.
so you want to put it up your butt first? Yeah.
Exactly.
Say
But
it.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but yeah. You agree?
It's 2024. Who am I to judge?
Who wants a dildo on their door?
It's all fun and games till you get dildo ditched.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, what do? I mean, do you just leave it there and then the neighborhood knows you as dildo door guy, or do you touch it? Only God knows where it's been at the end of the day.
Did you hear what happened to Chris? He got dildoed.
I got this.
What?
You start driving for DoorDash, and every order that you deliver, you a dildo on their door.
And hanging food there.
Dildo dash. I don't know.
You could really
Dildash.
fuck with the ones that do the TikToks where they're bitching about the people not giving them a big enough tip just because they took 5 minutes out of their way. You know, it took me 5 minutes to deliver your food and you're only giving me $1 for a tip.
Oh man, I'm gonna fight you over this, man. It's my car, my gas, my car insurance, my time, and you're like, oh, I'll tip you better if you're quicker. No, you won't. You already pre-picked the tip, so you're lying. And then if I'm not quick enough? Is it my fault? Because what if the restaurant took too long? So now I get I would have got a better tip but I wasn't fast enough. Well, it's not my fault. You ordered your fucking Starbucks, your one Starbucks. You're like, it's one $4 drink. I shouldn't have to tip more than $2. No, but you ordered it at fucking noon o'clock and expected it's 5 minutes away. No, it might be 20 minutes for me standing there waiting.
You got 4 other orders too.
Yeah. So
That's the thing that sucks with even doing with the grocery thing. My wife tried doing that one time, and if you take on 2 orders at the same time and one person cancels, you don't get paid for that other order.
You might have been halfway through shopping for it and have a half-filled fucking shopping cart, and now what do? Abandon it? That would be a dick
Well,
move.
me and my wife were just like, well, what are we gonna do? We had already paid for it, and so we're just like, you know what? We'll go to the local food shop. They'll need it. And so they're just like, yeah, donate it to us. We donate to them. We got a phone call from the one people saying, hey, where's our order? It's like, talk to the company that you went through. Because you couldn't go and deliver the other person's groceries. Because one person canceled. And I was like, really? And Alyssa's like, yeah. It's like, fuck that shit.
Do you think I'm a dick for when I take an Uber Eats order and it's like $3.68 and it's like 13 miles and it's like a rush hour? If I accept it to keep my acceptance rating up, but then I message the customer and I say, yeah, there's no way I'm doing this. Step up your tip game, Steve. And
No.
I think you want to keep your acceptance rate up, but then if you do that to a customer, they're going to hit you with a 1 star and be like, this asshole messaged me and said my tip game was weak.
there's no stars though I don't think on Uber. Nobody gives a shit.
I could just see Kevin be like, I don't deliver unless they automatically give me 5 stars. Well, you didn't deliver. I don't give a fuck. If they do anything less than 5 stars, they don't get their fucking food. I'll fucking eat it while they're going like, why? I only gave you 1 star because you wouldn't deliver it. Well, that's your fucking problem.
My thing is because I dashed for about a year, and then every once in a while, if I'm bored, I still do it. But I did it because I needed to make up income because where I was working at was a joke. And my thing was, if I got to go, and I know the area pretty well, so it's like, all right, if I got to go to Denison, which is like 10 minutes, 15-minute drive from most places, depending upon where they get it from, and it's a lousy tip, I'm just not going to accept it. I'm gonna eat the hit, but I never really busted. Like, if you're a shitty tipper, you're a shitty tipper at the end of the day. But like in my area, when it gets busy, it's fucking slammed to the point where I could be picking up 2 or 3 orders at the same time. So I don't have time to really look until at the end of it. And it's just like, what a bitch. They don't go literally 3 blocks away because they were too fat and lazy to get up and go get it themselves. So I'll take the $2,
So what about this, Glick? I've learned recently, and this is maybe an insider secret that we shouldn't share on a live stream, but I started messaging people instead of taking a picture at the end of the delivery. You have the option to skip the picture and add a note. And you can still add a note and you can still text them through the app. But if instead of taking a picture, because it takes too long, sometimes the thing's spinning, you're uploading a picture. Fuck that. I want the next. So I'll hit skip and I'll type a note like I left it at the door. And then I'll say if they put an upfront tip, I'll say, and thank you for tipping. I wish everyone did. And I've gotten guilt tips. Like instead of $3 that was already on there, you got even more. Congratulations, you know. And I've been turning like $3 tips into like $9 tips, you know. By just guilt tipping them. Is that a term I just made up? Guilt tipping.
I guess. I mean, however, if I was the one that got the order from you, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I did tip you.
I know. And I'm like, thank you so much for tipping me. I wish everyone did that.
Let me go back there and adjust that 0 tip.
I could see Glick being like 0 tip, and then fucking Kevin being like, oh, this motherfucker. Takes a picture of him putting his balls on your fucking burger.
Yeah, I lick one fry, throw it back in the bag, and I'm like, find the wet one, motherfucker.
Enjoy, asshole.
I would.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I do DoorDash, so I don't. I'm assuming it's a little bit different from Uber Eats. Because I mean, I know like when I lived down in Charleston, I did Uber for a while when my ex-wife and I split when we first split, just because I didn't like being in that. I had this big ass house, and I went from having the 3 kids there all the time to just being like eerily quiet. So I was like, I'll get home from work, grab something to eat real quick, take a shower, and I would go Uber. And in Uber, it just basically was like when I was doing it back then, it didn't even show you how much the Uber was for. It just told you where you were going to go. And it wasn't until the end that it showed how much it was for, and it showed the tip and all that jazz. And then it showed your rating and, what they gave you and all that stuff. So I don't know how Uber Eats works, but DoorDash, I mean, when it pops up, it gives you where you're picking it up from, the location you're taking it to, and just the amount that it's for. So because, every place like McDonald's has might have a $5 delivery charge, and, Wendy's has a $2 delivery charge or whatever. But then they started adding like the red card where people could order from Dollar General or Pet Supplies. You have to go in and shop for the shit.
Oh, yeah.
All
those people, I think I will text them after I accept it. I've done this so many. I'll send you screenshots because I've been sending them to Patrick. Like, I'll say, you really think that a driver is going to drive all the way to PetSmart and then shop for 47 items in a pet store in the rain, get back in their car, drive another 12 miles to your house for a total of 49 minutes? Because it tells you the estimated trip, everything. Yeah. And then in the rain, open my car door and just take 9 bags of heavy shit out of, like for $6. And I'll say, like, step up your tip game. Good luck. And then I'll cancel.
It's a lot of work, Yeah. Usually it's like, and you get the most craziest days. Like and I can say this without, because I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of their names. But like one night I was out and I got like, what the fuck was that?
That's your DoorDash driver dropping off all your groceries.
Yeah, right. I had to go to CVS, and it was like tampons, candy bars, Swiss rolls, those Starbucks drinks, and I was like, oh, I know what's going on here. So, and then it was like the same night I got a pregnancy test, a box of tissues, and like a couple energy drinks, and I was just like, it's a little late for the box of tissues there, bud.
Is it?
What happened?
Yeah. And there was one not too long ago, because every once in a while I'll still do it if I'm sitting around the house bored and I want to go do something for a couple hours, and I'm trying, I don't want to go to the bar or anything like that. So I'll go out. And the other night I got one for CVS, and it was the most random thing. It was like 2 Snickers bars and a cock ring. Like a vibrating cock ring from CVS.
Nice.
Hey, somebody's gonna have a good night.
It's gonna be me.
Yeah. But then you got to be the guy that's got to walk up to the counter with that.
Yeah. I had to ask for help. I couldn't find suppository. Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm like, I mean,
DoorDash and look, it's not for me.
Yeah. Oh, I took an Uber Eats delivery in the morning to a shitty motel on 19 in Pasco, Florida, Pasco County, right? Newport Richey. And the guy texted me through the app and he said, if I give you a $20 bill, will you pick up a couple other items? And it was stuff you can't get on Uber. It was like, cigarettes. And then he asked me to get him some condoms because he didn't want that to be on his receipt, you know? So I did that, anticipating the $20 bill for the $6 purchase or whatever, you know, or $12 purchase. On top of the tip he already left me, I was like, hey, I'll do it. And when I got to the motel, he had a on the bed and she was clothed, but she would not look at the door. She had her back to the door. And he was an American Eagle boxers, and just like Glick in American Eagle boxers. Thanks, man. He handed me the $20 bill, and the Uber Eats order was beer. So, like, a case of beer. And, dude, it was like 10 o'clock in the morning. This guy was about to start drinking a case of beer with some hooker that is leaving, or she just got there because he got the condom. So there's another one coming. I don't know. I don't care. It was weird. It's all dirty.
Sounds like Newport Richie.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the most Newport Richie thing I've ever heard.
Oh, no, there's worse. That's not.
outside of Kevin's old studio, being like surrounded by crackheads and hookers at the dump towers.
Hey, Connor, how's your vagina? You were gone for a minute. You good?
Yeah, I had to go feed my kids. Sorry, my vagina really hurts after that one.
Hold on, I gotta feed the kids.
Hold on, I got to be a responsible dad. Thanks for making.
Oh yeah, thanks, dickhead.
You got to be a good dad. Not all of our kids are grown up and living on their own, Kevin.
I've got a 7-year-old, well, a 6-year-old. He's not 7 yet. I've got a 6-year-old, a fucking 5-year-old, and a 1-year-old. Yeah, I ordered them Wendy's, and I'm like, Dad, can you give me a drink? Dad, can you do this? Can I just go do my fucking schoolwork? And then they're gonna walk in here and see me doing the podcast. Be like, I thought you were doing schoolwork.
Like, that's keywords, kids, for me doing my schoolwork is doing the podcast tonight.
I'm doing my schoolwork and your mom.
A late night.
Won't
be the first one there, Connor.
One day, my kids are gonna ask me where I'm going. I'm gonna be like, to go fuck your mom, and it's gonna silence them forever.
That's not trauma-inducing.
I got divorced.
You what?
I got divorced when my kids were still little, so
Damn.
I'm gonna go bang somebody joke because it'll just it's already always somebody else different than their mom.
I there's other ways when you're divorced and have kids that traumatize them, like my oldest.
I'm gonna go murder a hooker. Why?
My
took my money.
Yeah, they weren't traumatized when I used to joke about Tuesdays and Thursdays being hookers and meth night. That was perfectly normal, apparently.
That's how you know you're a quality dad.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, I get meth and I throat punch hookers. I don't have sex with the hookers. I just throat punch them. But they know what they're getting into when I pay. We have it's all consensual. We have the conversation, and they're down for it as long as they get their money.
It's contractual.
Yeah.
I could see one of Glick's kids killing hookers on GTA Online, and all of a sudden Glick goes by and he's like, "Thank God you came from my loins."
He's proud.
Yeah.
Chris is dragging a dead stripper through the house by her hair. She's like, "Nice, good job, kid.
Nice kid.
One day this will be you."
I never. Jesus Christ! I never killed a hooker. All right, just. Like
April Fool's, Glick, it's opposite day, so we now know your secrets.
Yeah, it's opposite day. Some minor bruising, and maybe they
kill her on purpose. It's manslaughter at worst.
Yeah.
It could have been fentanyl,
She didn't do what you paid for.
Hey,
listen, I have a choking fetish, and she didn't say the safe word, and.
The only thing I'm paying for is
she's supposed to squeeze my leg after a while.
once I get done with enjoying my meth, however it may be, as Jeff and I like to say, I'm the meth babe because I sprinkle it on my steaks and and then I throat punch them. Once they're done, they can leave. I don't keep them locked in cages anymore. Thanks a lot, Castro. Ruin that for us in Ohio. Kevin, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Kevin, you're muted, man.
How?
Nope. And he was back, and then he was gone.
I gotta go. I gotta take a call.
Oh, okay. See you later, Kevin.
See you later, buddy.
I love you guys. Bye. I love you.
Love you, buddy.
Love you.
Bye. Remember, one hooker a week won't get noticed by the cops. Anything more, and they start to look.
I love that guy, but I'm waiting for the Florida man story for him to be the suspect. I whatever it is, it's out of Florida, but I'm waiting for him to be the prime suspect or the one who got arrested or.
He's going to get the one being arrested after killing a hooker because he's still wanking and crying when they come and find him.
Just something random, like he's got manatees living in his fucking pool. I don't know.
That'd be cool as fuck.
I mean, manatees.
It'd be cooler with dolphins, let's be honest.
Yeah, but
but then you seem like an asshole because they're smart enough to know that that's a problem. That's not where they're supposed to be.
That is true.
Manatees are just big dumb animals,
And dolphins are very well. You might like that. I was going to say dolphins are very grapey, and he actually did.
I've heard that
they are,
especially from fucking Miami, man.
And he actually used to work on a dolphin cruise. He's had a lot of jobs. Connor looks like he's either. Okay, I think he's talking to his wife. I'm going to say it looks like he's either about to shit himself or he's in deep thought.
I love how I came on the show and Connor's like, "Where's Steven at? He's the only Canadian that I get to make fun of." It's like, fuck you.
Yeah. No, Kevin's a good dude. Deep down, Kevin's a good dude. He makes some off the wall comments and he could be offensive at times, but at the end of the day, he's a good dude and he truly means well. When I went down there, I think I stayed we stayed 2 nights at his house, man. We were cooking. We came back from the bar and we were back on the, I don't know, what is it called? I think they call them lanais down there. The back patio that's got the swimming pool and the fenced in area and all that jazz.
Yeah.
We were back there. We were still drinking and playing darts and listening to music. And his mom and dad are literally his next door neighbors, and his brother lives across the street. So it wasn't like we were going to disturb anybody in the neighborhood. And I was like, man, I should have got something to eat before we came back. And the other guy that was with us was like, yeah, we should have. And Kevin's like, I got fucking steaks in the freezer. Before I knew it was 4:00 in the morning, and we're grilling steaks and pork chops and whatever else Kevin had. We were like just eating like fucking kings out there, continuing to drink and have a good time. But they treated me real good down there, and Kevin's one of the guys that I owe that week too. Him and Stan and Aaron, who let me stay at his place. Completely unplanned, unannounced. Aaron and I had never even met. We just knew each other from Kevin's show because Kevin used to host a podcast. And then our buddy Stan, he used to be on a podcast. And I originally was going to book an Airbnb, and Stan was like, nah, you ain't staying at a hotel or an Airbnb. My wife and I got you. We got the extra room. You can stay at our place. I was like, okay, cool. I literally got less than an hour from Tampa, and Stan called me, and he was like, dude, so you know how we're trying to sell our house? And I'm like, yeah. He was like, we got an offer and they need us out of the house and and I'm like, the fuck, man? Like, what am I gonna do now? I was like, all right, let me pull over. So I stopped at this truck stop, right? And Stan was like, dude, I feel horrible. I'm sorry, man. He's like, let me, if you have to get a hotel, I'm like, nah, I ain't worried about you paying for a hotel, anything like that. He's like, let me make a couple phone calls. I'll figure it. And I'm like, I'm looking at hotels because when I originally booked the trip and planned the trip, I was going to get an Airbnb, and it was like a little 1-bedroom house right on St. Pete Beach. Like the front porch overlooked the beach, and it was like $40 a night. So it was like that isn't bad at all. But then I canceled that because Stan was like, "Don't worry, we got." I wound up staying at a buddy of ours, AA Ron, who was on Kevin's show, and we didn't know each other from the internet. Didn't know each other from anything other than just our shows. But Aaron let me crash at his place for the week. But we had it, man. We had a good time down there. We had a good time. Stan and Kevin and Aaron really showed me a good time and made sure that the trip was memorable and one that I will never fucking forget. I had so much fun down there. But like I said, deep down, despite how Kevin comes off and some of the weird ass things he says, he's actually a pretty good dude at the end of the day.
We all have friends like that. Say some off the wall ass shit, but they're actually like nice people.
Mm-hmm.
Just it's okay. It's not a personality trait that everyone loves, but some of us just have problems.
I used to tell Kevin all the time, and it was not that I was busting his balls or anything like that. I said, "You try too hard, man. Just be yourself. Just stop trying to be a character or whatever. Just be yourself, because when you're yourself, you're at your best." When he would be just Kevin on the podcast, those were the best fucking shows.
Mm-hmm.
When we mimic other radio hosts or be like stand-up comedian guy. It was just sometimes too much. But when he's himself, he's actually really fun to talk to and a very very good at conversations. So.
Oh, I finally got a call back from that career person through the radio connection.
Oh, how'd that go?
Yeah. Good. She sent me a lot of the stuff. Friday she wants to interview me for their little newsletter thing, and they're like, "We'll give you a copy of it and all that." And I'm like, huh, I could give this around to people. And she's like, "Well, do you get paid from any other sites?" And I'm like, "Well, I get paid by Twitch because I'm an affiliate." And she's like, "Well, then you're considered a paid artist." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Yeah, you're getting paid by Twitch and you're getting money from Twitch. We have to consider you a paid artist." I'm like, "Well, is that going to fuck with anything?" And she's like, "No, you can put it on your resume."
Yeah.
And I was like,
"Huh,
that's cool."
Yeah,
it's weird because it's like she's like, "Well, what are you looking to get into with radio broadcasting?" And I'm like, "Well, I'd like to be a sports broadcaster." And she's like, "Well, we'll have to see if there's anything in Minnesota." And I'm like, "Honestly, if the fucking Cleveland Browns called me and said, 'Hey, we got an opening,' I'll go."
What's wrong with the fucking Cleveland Browns?
No, I'm just saying I'd fucking take an NFL job in a heartbeat. Hopefully it wouldn't be the Vikings.
Oh yeah.
Gotta be nice to Kirk Cousins, but
what you need to do is you need to go
maybe he's a free agent this year.
Yeah, they're talking to him going to Atlanta, but if Atlanta don't pick him up, then they're thinking Russell Wilson might go there.
What were you gonna say, Connor? What were you saying?
I don't know.
Sorry, Connor.
I genuinely don't know. All right, anyway.
Yeah. What up, Wally?
I smell toast. It's probably just the drugs kicking in. I'll throw up here in about 5 minutes. Just wait.
Maybe they gave you what is that? What is that called?
Epicac?
Yeah, in a pill form. That's why every time you take it, you just fucking hurl.
All I could think of is the fucking Family Guy episode of that.
The best part of that Epicac episode is not the Epicac episode itself. It's the one where Stewie and Brian go back in time, and they're like, "Why is there vomit everywhere?"
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, I got Hulu and Disney Plus. I bundled it, so it's like $20 a month. And I started watching I started watching Family Guy again, and holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
it's what
I
Nikki and
watch
Yeah.
I watch Family Guy every night because I'm up until like 2, 3 in the morning because I have some sleep issues, and so I'll be up at like 3 o'clock in the morning laughing my ass off out loud in the living room by myself, and my wife will text me, "Can you shut the fuck up?" She's like, "I gotta be up at 6 o'clock in the morning to take your son to fucking school, and then I gotta get ready for work and leave for work. Can you shut up?" I'm like, "Sorry."
And that's what because Nikki needed a break from the murder shows, so we've been watching Family Guy at night because I have to have the TV on to fall asleep at night. Yay for anxiety and everything else,
Yeah.
mental health problems.
See,
Woohoo.
that's why I just smoke fucking pot, dude.
So
Without pot,
we've
I'd
been
be
watching Family
Yeah,
Guy.
Beavis and Butthead on Paramount Plus. The new Beavis and Butthead. I was like, I got Paramount Plus, and I was like, I seen Beavis and Butthead come up, and I was like, I'll give the new one a try, and it wasn't bad. I mean, it's not as good as what the original one was, but I mean, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one, but we put that on, and usually we're awake for 2 or 3, maybe 4 episodes. We're both back here laughing and giggling at it because it's just Family Guy is just so goddamn dumb, and it's not even the show the show itself is not that funny. It's all like the little underlying jokes or the little side comments from like like if Lois and Peter are having a conversation and Stewie's just in the room and Stewie makes a side comment that's fucking funny. Like the
Yeah.
actual show itself, it's just all the weird side comments. Yeah, the original Beavis and Butthead. I remember watching that when we were in high school.
The only thing
Wow.
that I don't like about like Max is that they don't have Tales from the Crypt on it. And that was an original HBO show, but yet
Well,
HBO Max can't get their licensing with it or whatever. They can't figure it out, I guess.
I think. Let me see.
That's like Miami Vice used to be on Tubi, and I was watching it on Tubi, and then all of a sudden now it's not on Tubi anymore. Oh, someone must be trying to call my wife.
Um,
Anytime, Kevin.
where the hell is it at? I think it's on Shutter. They bought the rights or something to it. I can't remember, but it's somewhere. Um, oh, dude,
Yeah,
you're good, dude. I appreciate you coming on here, man. I got your message. I'm going to respond to you here in just a minute. I appreciate having you on here as anytime, and I love you, brother. Love the hell
yeah.
out of it, and glad you're doing good. Glad things are going good for you down there. We don't get to talk as much as we used to. Uh,
Tales from the
If you want
Crypt
to say
was
hi,
the
you gotta say it in
ultimate
this.
shit.
Hi.
what up,
Hello.
buddy?
Doing good.
I mean, back in the day, there wasn't many scary shows like that, except for like back in the olden days with you had the Twilight Zone, and then you had kind of like Creep Show, where Tales from the Crypt was one of my most favorite scary shows.
I never found Twilight Zone to be too scary.
No,
It was more of a mind thing.
yeah,
I remember when I was growing up, we had Creep Show, which I love Creep Show, and that is on Shutter. I love fucking Creep Show, and I loved all the Creep Show movies. Um, and Tales from the Crypt was my second favorite as well. Um, but yeah, Tales from the Crypt is somewhere. I don't remember where I seen it at. I think it might be on Prime somewhere. Amazon
I
A Prime.
I gotta buy it. I told Alyssa I was looking for the old Incredible Hulk TV show. Well, I got it on the complete series on the Xbox Movies and TV app. Well, you go to look at the episode listing, and some of the episodes aren't in the correct spot. So I was like, should I pay for it or should I just buy it from Walmart or buy it on Prime. Well, Prime only has seasons 1 through 4. They don't have the last season, so I was like, fuck.
Right, Wally? Hell yeah, man. That was our bedtime story. Yeah, man. Creep Show and Tales from the Crypt. That was our bedtime stories.
Well, HBO,
I'll be
yeah,
right back,
it was on HBO, but HBO Max can't get the rights or something. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like the licensing and all that is so screwed up, I guess, with Tales from the Crypt, because HBO had been in talks that one of their flagship shows on Max was going to be another Tales from the Crypt. Well, for some reason they can't get any of the licensing or rights or some weird shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know if they might have. There is a kind of a cool show. It's only got one season. It's a couple episodes on Max. It's by Eli Roth. It's called Urban Legends.
Oh.
That's a pretty cool show. If you're into that kind of
Peacock
stuff.
has one by John Carpenter called Suburban Nightmares or something, and I liked it. It was different.
It was different. Like, I did not like it, but I didn't like it. You know what I mean? Like, I was kind of indifferent. Like, there was a couple episodes that were pretty good.
Yeah.
And there were some. Unfortunately, there was more episodes that were like, to me, where the couple good episodes wasn't enough to really go, all right, I'm into this show. I'm digging it. I can get down on it. However, I do want to take a real quick break, guys and ladies and gentlemen, if whoever's watching us. I do want to take a real quick break. Before we go to break, obviously, I want to shout out one of our sponsors over at Zencastr. If you guys are a fellow broadcaster, streamer, or podcaster, or maybe you're thinking about getting into the game, whatever the case may be, I would strongly recommend you guys head on over to Zencastr.com. Why? Because, A, it's super freaking easy, and when you're just getting into the game, or maybe you've been around for a long time, and you're just tired of doing everything the hard way, or you don't know what you're doing, you want it to be easy, and Zencastr makes it super easy on you. Not only that, but you're always going to sound your best. You're always going to look your best. And you don't have to go buy a whole bunch of crazy equipment or anything like that, because literally everything is all right there. It's your all-in-one podcasting, broadcasting, streaming needs. Right there in one place, one location, all at Zencastr.com. If you head on over there today, use our promo code, Words Are Hard, when you go to Zencastr.com/pricing, you're going to get 30% off your first month's paid plan. You can try it for 30 days, see how you like it, and let us know what you think. When everybody said, we're going to do a classic. We're going to do a classic fan favorite and a show favorite. Our buddy Tex Perkins with his cover of Werewolves in London.
I saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand, walking through the streets of Soho in the rain. He was looking for a place called Lee Hong Fooks. Gonna eat a big bowl of chicken chow mein. Ow, werewolves of London. Ow. Better not let him in. Little old lady got muted wings out, Jim. I'd like to meet Liz Taylor. Oh, werewolves of London. Oh, werewolves of London. Saw Lon Chaney walking with the Queen, doing the werewolves of London. Saw Lon Chaney Jr. walking with the Queen, doing the werewolves of London. I saw a werewolf with a pina colada and Trader Vic's, and his hair was perfect. Oh, werewolves of London.
Yeah. Ooh, werewolf of London. We like that guy, not because he's a great singer, just because of his goddamn enthusiasm. Tex Perkins is a national treasure, ladies and gentlemen, and he must be protected at all costs. At the end of the day, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. It is Wednesday night. We're hanging out, doing our thing. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the show so far. Thank you, Kevin, for popping in. Appreciate that. Good seeing you again. Much love to you, as always. Love you, man. Got Connor somewhere in the building. Not quite sure where he's at, but he's somewheres. He's floating around here somewhere. We called up the D squad. Jarvis came on. I thought about messaging Mark or Brian and seeing if one of them wanted to come on tonight, but
No, them fuckers wouldn't.
yeah, Jarvis will do in the meantime, I guess, for the missing Jeff.
Yeah.
No, Jarvis, I gotta say, man, I gotta say, buddy, I'm proud of you. You've been coming on here a lot lately, and from the first time we met you all the way up till now, you've definitely gotten a lot better. Seems like your confidence is up more. I don't know if that just comes with the fact that you graduated school, or maybe the fact that you're doing more live shows and you're getting more comfortable. But I'm proud of you, buddy. In all honesty, you're doing good when you come up here and hang out here with us and having fun.
Well,
So
I think it's just that, it could be that I graduated, or it could be that for the first time in my life, I kind of am starting to get it, I
yeah,
guess, and not always having to be like, oh God, what's my next job that I'm going to go to and have to punch a clock all the time and just fucking hate it. And, when I had talked to Alyssa about it, I was like, the last time I walked into a job like that, I came home and I took my lunchbox and I wanted to put it through a wall. Granted, we weren't living here yet, but I told her, I said, Alyssa, I can't keep doing this, or else I'm going to be like my dad, who was an alcoholic at the time. And I'm
yeah.
going to be like, I'm going to be a functioning alcoholic even at work. And she's like, well, what do you want to do? And I sat there and she's like, you already got your podcast. Why don't you look at doing something where you get paid good money for, talking about your interests? And I was like what, radio? And she's like, yeah. And I sat there and I was like, and now get this. Originally, I went for college this last year before I went to Radio Connection for marketing and design. And I liked it. Honestly, that's probably what the missing link was with my podcast. And all of a sudden, it's just like, I was like, well, the school kept going like, well, we need, your student loans and all that. And I'm like, well, I'm waiting for you guys to disperse it so I can pay you guys to go to college. And they just kept dragging their feet. So finally I was like, whatever. And I found Radio Connection and they're like doing the radio thing. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to Radio Connection. So I dropped out of Ridgewater, where my wife is going to school for photography for. And I hit the ground running. And then, there was many times where I talked with you, Glick, where it was like, am I doing the right thing? Am I should I be doing this or? And I gotta say, one of the people other than my wife and some of my family, you were the one that got me through most of that shit, because it was like, being able to talk to people or have people in my circle that I can really consider kind of like family. And like I told Alyssa, because she's always asking me, she's like, when Glick snaps his fingers or needs an extra host, I notice you're on there. And I'm like, well, yeah, because, he knows I'm not going to take unnecessary shots at anyone. And, like Tanner says, at least then he'll have a punching bag.
No,
And
and trust me, I do. I appreciate the shit out of you coming on here, and tonight, I didn't plan on having anybody up here. I was just gonna do the me and Connor thing on Wednesday night. But Connor was the one that wanted to bring you up, and I enjoy having you on the show, man. I truly, I do. I enjoy you being a part of the conversations. And I would do the same for you if you needed an extra voice to help you out on the show. But I do appreciate you being on here, and I enjoy you being on the show. I mean, that's one of the reasons I wanted you to take part in the Monday night show with us, because and we've talked about it in different things, like you just said with the college situation, and we've talked about different things. And I mean, I'm glad that I could have been an ear for you, and maybe a voice of encouragement, or offer helpful advice or anything like that. I was just trying to be a friend at the end of the day. But when you come on the show, and the fact that you are willing to open up and share, I mean, that was one of the reasons I asked for you to be on the show on Monday nights. And then, I'm extremely grateful when you jump on here and fill in. So I'm sorry, Alyssa, if I'm stealing him from you.
no, she likes that I come up on here, and she was very shocked that I even took the Monday night job. But I was like, you know what, Alyssa, maybe this is God's way of, having Connor, Glick, and even myself being able to, speak what's going on in our minds. I mean, hell, even when I talk to the career lady with uh, Radio Connection, she's like, wait, you do a men's mental health on Monday? And I said, yeah, my buddy Glick and Connor and Brian do it. And she's like, really? She's like, I wonder if I could get a link to that. So I gave her the Nonsensical Nonsense link, and
There you
she's like, so what's this nonsensical nonsense about? I'm
I'll be
like,
there
you
tonight.
gotta listen to it. I said, I can't put it in perspective enough, but I said, out of doing my own podcast and doing the Monday night show, like I told my wife, and I've told a few other podcasts, I'm like, I look forward more to doing that Monday night show than I look forward to doing my own, because I get to talk to people about something that's near and dear to our hearts.
Yeah. Hey, not to cut you guys off or kill the mood, but I got to put my kids to bed real quick. I'll be back here in like 20 minutes.
You go be the responsible mother that you are. Sorry, I had a stroke.
Hey, Jarvis, genuinely, I appreciate you coming in here and filling in for me, because I do have such a busy fucking life going on right now, and
Hey,
so
man,
much
you're
shit
a
going on.
parent. Go do
So
your shit.
you coming in here and kind of filling in the gaps where I can't as a co-host for Chris, I really appreciate it, man.
Anytime.
Go fix your broken vagina, Connor.
But no, I appreciate everything, and I appreciate that you had me on your show first. It was really interesting. I mean, even talking with Jeff that first time, it was just like, God, how am I gonna make this good? And then it just happened. And no, I'm very proud to be on and honored to be on the show. Very honored when you asked me to do the Monday night show. But I appreciate being a part of it, and I'm very thankful.
Yeah, well, like I said, that first Monday night that you came on the show, I was like, holy shit, this is a different side of Connor that I haven't seen, or not Connor, Steven, that I haven't seen yet. We usually had you come on, you'd pop in on the open door challenge on Saturday nights, and Saturdays are, let's call a spade a spade. Saturday nights, the inmates take over the asylum at the end of the day.
It's a fuck around and find out show.
Yeah.
Saturday.
It's the Joker has taken over Arkham, and he's opened all the cell doors, and that's what Saturday nights are, and that's kind of what I had hoped for, what I envisioned when I talked to Jeff, and I said, Jeff, I'm going to do a new thing on Saturday night, so I'm going to call it the Open Door Challenge. And he's like, what the fuck's that? And I was like, I'm basically dropping a link and inviting anybody and everybody who wants to come up on the show, come on the show. And Jeff's like, this is either going to be very, very bad or it's going to be amazing. You know?
Yeah, I mean, even Mark, he had talked to me about it. He's like, I love what they do on Saturday, but he's like, Steven, do you think that'd ever work for us? And I said, you're already talking shit. I said, like what Glick told you, you just got to keep doing it. I
Yeah.
said, and you can't be afraid to sometimes say stupid shit.
Yeah, you
Like,
gotta you sometimes you gotta. Speaking of all that stuff, real quick, sorry. Check out all of our social media. We are everywhere. Go ahead and we are on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. We do the show live Wednesdays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. ish on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And you can also listen to us anytime, any place, wherever you listen to podcasts. All at Nonsensical Nonsense. Or you can head over down the bottom of your screen, bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. Give us a follow. Give us a like, and if you'd be so kind, if you like what we do, give us a share. Don't be shy. You know, and I love what what Mark and Brian have going on with they kind of have their niche with the interview game. However, to see them open the door up and kind of let it quote unquote all hang out one night, I would be really curious to see how that goes and how they handle it. And if I could be, I 100% would be there to add to the fuckery or throw gasoline onto the fire, if you will.
well, yeah, I mean, even Mark had asked me, he's like, so are you going to do a live show or have guests on again? And I said, yeah, it's just, I've been waiting for the right one because, I told the list, I said, I want to do more of like the panels, like what we do and all that.
Mhm.
And I said, I definitely want Glick. I want Connor. I want Jeff on shows with me. There's such an untapped market for like differing opinions. Like, people think that they listen to political podcasts that they're going to get that with people just saying, hey, you know what? Your opinion's different than mine. But you're not going to get that on political opinions. You're going to get arguing matches. You're going to get chairs thrown. Where with us, we automatically say, hey, we're not the expert. We're not experts, but at the same time, like, we're just here to talk about what we deal with on a daily basis. And if someone has a different opinion, so be it, But that's the thing that I kind of get out of Monday night shows is that, we're not going to all agree on the same thing, but if we did, would it make for a good show?
No, exactly, and that's excuse me, I'm dying. Excuse me
Please
while
don't.
I die. Excuse me while I die. And it's where changing the name for Monday night, taking nonsensical nonsense completely out of the equation, making that show its own entity. Doing the music show. I enjoy that as a host. I enjoy, having the three shows and getting to, kind of let people see it, three different sides of me. Um, but at the end of the day, and I'm not calling myself a good host, but I, having the ability to be diverse and having the ability to do multiple things and show different sides of yourself, I think is one of those things that makes a good host a good host. And again, I'm not calling myself a good host by no means. I'm just a jackass that likes to drink beer and hang out with his buddies. And that's what we do on Nonsensical Nonsense. People ask me, what's Nonsensical Nonsense about? Well, uh, best I can explain it is about everything and nothing all at the same time. Or just imagine a group of guys hanging out in the garage, drinking beer, bullshit. Because this is all it is. And I think that's what kind of sets us apart from a lot of people. And it's a double-edged sword because it's why people like us, but it's also why people hate us.
Well, yeah.
Yes, because they ain't us and they can't be us and they can't do what we do. And and they love us because we're fucking real, man. It's like we're just real guys hanging out, having fun, and enjoying not only being in the presence of the guys on the show, but even the Chatters Box. I love when the Chatters Box is going. I encourage the Chatters Box, and I encourage the Chatters Box to have their own opinions. I mean, it's what we love Leggy, and she's very opinionated and set in her ways, but sometimes it makes for great conversation, or whatever the case may be, and a lot of people in the chat is like that. Benji's the same way. Well, Mark always popping in and his 2 cents and stuff like that. There's various others, and Tony when he pops in or whatever. But I think I told Jeff, I said, I want to be different. I don't want to be like everybody else, and that I'm kind of doing something that everybody else is doing. But at the end of the day, let's be honest. I think over here at Nonsensical Nonsense, we're one step ahead of everybody.
Well, yeah.
As far as our market or quote unquote genre goes, and you can say I'm full of myself, but I mean, I'll be full of myself. I think we have a good product. I think we have a great show. And if you don't like us, it's probably because you're just jealous at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's why, like, when I started my own show, I looked at how some people did it, and it was like, man, they're always talking good about movies, even if they hated them. Well, to me, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be honest and open. If I like the movie, I like the movie. If I don't like the movie, I'd say, hey, it still found its audience. Like with the Zodiac Killer one I did, I could not get through that without laughing.
The original the original one, or
1971, yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough movie. I understand why they did it. I understand why it was made, but damn.
Well, yeah, I mean, you even have the director of the movie come out on a live radio broadcast and say, "We have to catch this guy."
Yeah.
And they literally made it seem that the Zodiac would be so interested in this movie that he would come. And who knows, maybe he did. Maybe them saying that, that one person that got 2 cards was the real Zodiac killer. But in reality, you don't have the proof to back it up. And it was pretty much a publicity stunt for a movie. But granted, it got people to watch it, no matter how shitty of a movie it was. But
again, I mean, some people watch us because they hate us. Some people watch us because they love us. Hey, you're watching. That's all that matters, and we appreciate you, and we thank you, and I say cheers to you.
well, that's like me, when we first started talking and I was on Buzzsprout, I was only doing about 1,000, which that was a big milestone for me to get to 1,000 plays on a podcast.
Mhm.
Went to Zencaster, and now I'm almost close to 10,000 plays over the whole podcast, and it's like, holy shit.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, we at Zencaster is something else. Maybe those numbers will start to turn and burn some money for us, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Because
that at the end of the day,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, we love doing this, but I mean, the money would help.
Yeah, no.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for free for almost 3 years, and I'm not going to stop. But if I were to wake up one morning and all of a sudden doing this goofy ass show was paying all my bills and had extra spending money and stuff like that, yeah, you better believe you sons of bitches are gonna get real tired of seeing me real fucking fast, because I'm gonna be on this bitch 6 days a week. You gonna get 6 shows a week. I'm gonna be doing a men's mental health show. I'm gonna do a sports show. I'm gonna do the nonsensical nonsense twice a week. I'm gonna do the music show. I'm gonna do whatever. I'll do a goddamn cooking show if I have to.
Sports show wouldn't be bad. That's like Alyssa asked me. She's like, "Well, why don't you do a sports show?" I'm like, I already do one show where I'm the host, and I hate it.
I don't mind being the host. I enjoy it. I guess the cat came out of the bag Saturday night. That ultimately, I would like for Connor to and now I'm not going anywhere. I'm still going to be there. but I would like for Connor to take the number one chair for Monday nights. I'd like for him to be the host of that show, and I'll do the co-hosting stuff, and be in the number two chair as best as I can be. Sometimes it's hard for a host to step back and be a co-host. I understand that. But ultimately, I would like for that to be his baby, and we could come up with ideas together, or he can come up with the ideas for the show or the topic of conversation, or line up guests, or if he wants me to help line up guests, I'll help line up guests, whatever the case may be, because I think that would be another good show that we could try to line up guests and have guests come on the show. We talked about doing the vet show, and we're doing the collaboration here in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just a little under 2 weeks. We're doing the collaboration with Mark and Brian from Talking Shit, which we're looking forward to. I think it's going to be a good show. It's going to be a fun show, but it's going to be one of those shows that I think it's going to wind up reaching a lot of ears and eyes and whatnot. And Mark and I, in talking, we decided that we were, instead of doing, what are you doing? Like one topic, we're just going to kind of do a general conversation roundtable piece, just men's health in general, talking about whatever and whatever comes up at the end of the day. So we're not locked into one subject, especially with teaming up with another podcast, and then them personally stepping out of their world and coming on our show as guests or whatever to partake in the conversation.
Well, yeah, I mean, like Alyssa asked me, she's like, well, do you think you'd be on the show when you guys do the veteran thing? And I said, I probably won't, because with that, I want to be able to hear them. And at the same time, like, that's going to be a lot of guests on the show. So I was like, I'll probably be on different shows, but like Mark had talked to me. He's like, so how do you like it being on more shows? And I'm like, it's always been the creator in me that I wanted to do more stuff. And I said, with the men's mental health thing, it's right up my alley, it's a different thing, and I'm very proud and very honored to be on it, like I said earlier. And it's nice when you can be real.
Yeah.
Rather than the facade of what we do all the time with like this, or me doing my own podcast. It's like you have to follow within a certain thing, but men's mental health, we can be whatever we want, as long as we're real.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things that we try to do in any of our shows is I don't want anybody to come on here and be a fake persona or a fake personality. Just be you. Hang out and have fun at the end of the day, doesn't really matter what show it is. But again, that's another one of those things that, also has a tendency to rub people the wrong way. And again, I understand it. There's fellow broadcasters out there that are jealous that some people are getting numbers that they may not be getting, and they might be jealous of someone's numbers, but that's just not their cup of tea. We don't have to, not everybody's going to be everybody's cup of tea. So just do your thing and don't worry about what anybody else is doing. I don't worry about it. I like to shout out achievements, and I like to thank our listeners and stuff like that, but
yeah, but you're still being humble. I mean, there's podcasts out there that are going like, without me, all this shit. And that's one thing I learned not to do, is that, the reason why I'm a success in this podcasting game, or even on Twitch, is because the people that are willing to take a chance on me.
Right? Oh, 100%. Like, society is ass. People, Ray, you ain't wrong, brother. You ain't wrong. You are not wrong on that at all, brother. Society is a bunch of ass faces at the end of the day. No, I mean, like, I'll joke around because I mean, there's people out there that get big fucking heads and think they're more important than what they really are, and I'll be like, how the fuck you got 2,000 followers or 10,000 followers on an app that you go live on, but you can't get more than 3 views?
Yeah.
You got like 100 and some followers on YouTube, and we embarrass your numbers for the amount. Like, I joke around and I poke fun at them, but at the same time, these are the same people thinking that they're getting 5 million views an episode, and it's like, really? I mean, to me, your show's kind of fucking boring. To other people, they might enjoy it, but to each their own. Like, I'm sure some people are not going to like my shows or the shows that I'm a part of or whatever because they don't like what we talk about. That's okay. We're not for everybody. You don't have to like it at the end of the day. Nobody's making you. But I just also don't feel the need to just shit on people just to shit on people. That's what I said.
Yeah.
No, it really comes across like jealousy when you're just talking bad, especially when you're doing the same washed up shit every time you go live. Like, it's very repetitive. I mean, if they could watch your most recent show or your oldest show, and it's the same thing. It's the same conversation. And then some people are like, I'll tell somebody like, look, I may not be the most knowledgeable person on a topic or a subject that we're talking about on the show, but I'll at least ask questions or fake it until I make it at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Google box right here beside me. God damn it, I'll fucking get answers one way
I
or another. I'll get answers.
I think, it's telling when like Mark, he'll be like, hey, we have the subs, but the views sometimes don't line up. And I'm like, that's just the algorithm. I said, YouTube don't like me because I've had 2 episodes, I think, that have done over 1,000. One was Shaft, and I think the other one was maybe Vanishing Point. I'm not quite sure. But it's like, honestly, my best one, if anyone was to pick one, I've heard that my Zodiac one that I did on the one with Jake Gyllenhaal and Mark Ruffalo was the best. Now, if you look on Zencaster, the one with the highest views on there is Bullet. Or no, Gone 60 Seconds. Gone in 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, wow,
Well, no, that Zodiac one. And I told you that before. That Zodiac one was probably my favorite one you ever did.
Yeah.
That was probably. But also, and it's not that you did a bad podcast or anything like that. Just the other movies weren't something that I was into. I didn't watch them when I was younger. I haven't watched them now. It's just not my cup of tea, so to say. So
What's
excuse
that
me.
got to do with anything?
Excuse me, Chris. I am a 3-time Big Ten champion and current reigning national champion, University of Michigan fan. Also embarrassed y'all 3 times in a row. Suck it.
I can't wait for the college football game to come out.
I'm really looking forward to. I am so excited for NCAA to come back, dude. That was one of my man. I love that game back in the day. We used to do tournaments every year when the new game come out,
Yeah.
and I'm really looking forward to the new one. I've been waiting for years for it, man. I really have. I can't wait. I'm excited.
May is when we get our full reveals. So
yeah,
I can't wait. And then in July it's supposed to come out, which to me that's good for me. I just don't know if I want to get it on well, hopefully by then I'll have my PC.
yeah.
Uh-oh. We got a new co-host.
What's he? You got no pants on?
I mean, it is Connor. What do you expect?
No, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I got the new Madden 20. Mark asked me last night. Mark and Brian, dude, I need you to get on Call of Duty. I need you to get Call of Duty. I need you to get on there on Call of Duty with us and just play with us. If that's all you do, uh, just get on there and play with us. Brian,
You know, yeah, because I'm gonna be so much better. But yeah,
no,
that's
that's
all
what I'm
fucking
saying. Like,
Brian and Mark want to talk to me about, and it's like, guys, there's other games. Like, fuck, I got Madden 24, and now I'm playing that every now and then, and it's like there's so many different games, and if I'm not playing those games, it's like I'm trying to fucking film me playing games on Twitch. It's like,
yeah.
and then of course Brian's like, well, you could put that on Twitch and your views will go astronomical. I'm like, everyone fucking does Call of Duty on Twitch. So just yeah.
No,
There's so many computer games I can't wait to play on stream once I get my gaming PC. Like,
well, that's what we were joking around about it last night because they're like, have you played Jarvis on Madden yet? And I was like, no, I just kind of seen him starting to play on there. I said, have you guys played him? Is he any good? And they're like, oh no. I said, but also Jarvis plays a bunch of weird ass games like Fruity Pebbles, bubble balloon guys falling down and walking something or another. I'm like, I'm not playing all those weird ass games just because it's on the Game Pass. I'm not playing it. But I was like, I'd be down. I mean, I'm down to play anybody on Madden. I used to have a
Mark don't play me on Madden because I embarrassed the Detroit Lions one time. Like, he kept fucking running out of the pocket and then throwing it while on the run, and it's like easy picks. It's like, dude, stop.
Yeah, just stop. You're embarrassing yourself.
Like, and I'm not that good at playing Madden, but I eventually put down the controller down, and I was just like, I walked away, and he's like, God damn it, it's still 98-0, and I'm like, sorry, bro.
Trying to figure out what Connor is doing. I got a piss, but I don't want to leave you stranded.
Oh, that's fine. Go piss.
I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna let Jarvis talk. I don't know what he's gonna say, and I don't know what he's gonna do, but the views and opinions of Jarvis are not the views and opinions of Nonsensical.
Yes, they are. They line up with the views of this show.
Right?
But no. Yeah, I love this show. It's a great show. Connor, Glick, Jeff when he's not being a bitch because he's sick. But yeah, I love watching this show. It's a great show. Usually I'm not here on Wednesdays. It's usually Jeff, Connor, and Glick. But because Jeff is sick, it's probably because the federales have finally figured out that he's doing his Ponzi scheme and they've had enough. But yeah, it's weird. Very very honored to be asked to be on the show. Glick and Connor know anytime they need me, I'm on the show if I'm not busy. Should be pretty interesting with the way things are going in the NFL league and in college with NIL, but who knows what's gonna happen. I mean, let's be honest here. I kind of make the show the show. It's never Glick. Just kidding, everyone. I'm happy to be here and happy to fill in my role. But been watching a lot of wrestling lately and didn't pre-order the new WWE game yet. Hopefully next month or whenever I get this radio gig, I will. But that, and I can't wait for next year with GTA 6 coming out. That should be interesting. I know tomorrow GTA 6 has their new, or GTA 6, GTA Online has their new raid or heist coming out. So can't wait to see that and play that. But yeah, it's definitely interesting when I'm not having to deal with Glick at the moment right now. But I do enjoy coming on here, and especially on Saturdays, you know, it's a whole different show and whole different breed. And right now I'm watching Dark Side of the Ring, where they're talking about the Von Erichs and all that.
Nobody wants to fucking spend the money and waste the money on another GTA that is the exact same thing
Oh
as this
no, my
last
name's
game
Glick and I can't
that
play
was on
it.
the PlayStation 3 or the Xbox 360. The only difference is now there's an online world. It's the same. Hey, newsflash, dummies! It's the same game as GTA 5. They didn't change anything. They just changed the price. Install a whole bunch of videos from Florida.
I mean, hey, I knew they were gonna do it in Vice City. I mean, that was just honestly gonna be the, like, people were literally like, oh no, they'll do it in San Andreas or Liberty City. I'm like, no, they'll go to Vice City.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know, but I've never been a big fan of GTA 5. I'll be 100% or GTA. Never really, like, I would play the game, but I would just punch in the cheat codes and get a big monster truck and have all the weapons I could get, and then just see how long I could last with 6 stars.
You know, that's a game that we need. A legit monster truck game.
I'm not going to disagree with you. As much
Like,
as I've enjoyed like the Monster Jam games or whatever, it was like, man, they could be so much better though.
like I'm waiting for a game that's kind of like Monster Truck Madness was back in '95, where it was, you did the you could do the drag racing, the stadium racing. But yeah, Monster Jam, I love Monster Jam. I loved going, you know, on the 17th, the last month, to Monster Jam. That was fun, but
Okay.
it's such a different beast now.
Yeah. Make sure you're still awake. What are you doing? I give the kid a TV in his room. I give the kid a TV with a Roku in his room. Then I give the kid an Xbox in his room. And he's laying in my bedroom on my bed watching his goddamn phone.
Get
Go
off
play
the
video
phone, go
games.
play video games.
Go play video games. You can get on the Game Pass and play whatever game you want.
You can play Stumble Guys.
Yeah, you can play Fruity Pebble, Balloon Animal, Wall Fall Guys. Go
Yeah,
practice Madden skills. I'm gonna
I
be the
mean,
next I'll whoop you at. We were playing wrestler earlier. Little son of a bitch beat me. The first match we had, he beat me. And then, like, at the end of the match where they were announcing him as the winner, I guess there's a breakaway. And he broke away and came outside the ring and proceeded to beat my ass. And I couldn't even do anything. And he was like, that's just the rules of the game, Dad. So then we had a Royal Rumble. Then we did a Royal Rumble. And he told me I cheated because I beat him.
You said I cheated. I did. I felt like
We were the last two. We were the last two in the Royal Rumble, and I hit him with about 47 fucking finisher moves, and then I threw his ass out of the ring.
maybe I can beat you at Call of Duty.
I don't think you will ever beat me at Call of Duty, bud.
I can't.
now you're getting into the big leagues, son.
All right, we can do a 1v1.
I can't play.
One time me and Bryant were playing against some other friends of ours, and one of them's like, yeah, my wife told me I have to get off, and I'm like, And Brian's like, what? And I'm like, you smell that, Brian? He's like, no, what? And I'm like, it smells like bitch up in here. Because, I mean, we were just destroying these other that Bryant knew
Nice.
in team deathmatch. And the kid's like, I'll 1v1 you. And I'm like, dude, I will have 100 kills before you get one. And he's like, bet. And all of a sudden he came back and he's like, you know, I'm not going to say this, but if Steven fell off the face of the earth or died, I wouldn't be sad about it.
Damn.
and Brian's like, why you say that? And he's like, he 100 0'd me.
Dad,
Huh?
I can't play Call of Duty on my Xbox.
What?
I have to like log in and do all that.
Oh, I'll have to set it up for you. I'll get it all set up for you so you can play. I had to create him his own account with his own gamer tag and everything like that, because if he tried to play at the same time I was playing, because he was playing on my account.
Dad, you're illegal.
Okay, apparently I'm illegal. It was kicking me off of games. Like the other night, I was playing zombies, and it sucks because when he goes in, so I had to show him how to log. It automatically logs my account in, so I had to show him how to switch accounts and then log me out before he starts playing. Yeah, I was playing fucking zombies on the new Call of Duty, right? And I was kicking ass and taking names, man. Like I killed a ton of zombies. I had taken out like 3 squads, and I just go play by myself. So, like, I got squads that'll run up on me. I had taken out like 2 or 3 squads of other online players, and I'm feeling myself. And then, like, all of a sudden, you're playing on another Xbox. Would you like to continue to play here? And I'm like, yeah, I want to continue to play here. And then when I clicked, yeah, it took me to the main menu. I was like, are you serious right now? I was so frustrated. I was like, all them XP points, all those dailies, everything that I was just like, I was like having the best game of my life in like the DMZ area or whatever like that. I'm just like, God, blessed son of a man.
Yeah, I'd feel bad for anyone that try and take me on WWE.
How very dare you overstream me, ma'am. Like he's doing a radio show, and I popped in there, dropped a couple comments and whatnot, and I've still got it pulled up. I said, I gotta get back to my show. But I'm staying, like, she's on Twitch, so I'm still on Twitch, like on my phone, I'm still on Twitch. So, I'm still giving her that number for, being there.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
God,
Before I
Leggy.
know it, you're gonna be on X showing inspirational quotes and NFL.com and reports. Yeah, it's just gonna be it's all downhill from here. like a damn attic.
Yeah. I know one movie I really want to see, and that's the Iron Claw, the new Von Erich movie that they released with
I do
Zac
wanna see
Efron.
that actually looks very good with a really good cast of characters. I think that will be good. I'm looking forward to the new Ghostbusters movie as well.
Same. That's coming out this month, I think.
It's Twitch Inception. You're right. I'm watching you watch me. Wait a minute.
That's like Sonic the Hedgehog 3 comes out in December.
Yeah, I never just, yeah.
I just wonder how they're gonna show Shadow in this show or in the new movie.
Although there's a new scary movie coming out real soon. I think it's this month. I think it's this month. Nikki and I talked about potentially going to the theaters to see it. It's called Imaginary. Have you seen the trailer for that?
No, I just the most recent trailer I've seen is the new one for Strangers Chapter 1 or whatever it's called.
You should check out that Imaginary. It looks like it's going to be a wild fucking movie.
Yeah.
The it's in that horror genre. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's so hard anymore, and especially with like all the streaming shit. Like, that was okay. So that was the one cool thing, or one of the cool things that came out during COVID for me, and it was when HBO teamed up with uh, the movie theaters, and they were dropping movies on HBO because you couldn't go to the movie theaters during COVID. But when like these
Yeah.
new releases, like when the new Mortal Kombat and everything, the day it dropped in the theater, it dropped on HBO. It was
Mm.
not, however, the same for Disney with you motherfucking greedy ass rat bastards wanting to charge us $30 or $40 to watch a goddamn movie the day it was released in theaters.
Well,
Nobody,
that's why I liked
nobody
Peacock.
was allowed to go to the theaters. And you're going to charge somebody $30 or $40 to watch your fucking movie? Like, bro, first and foremost, Disney, you didn't have no good movies that came out during COVID. You had your whack ass Little Mermaid fucking movie. All right. Second of
That's
all,
why
HBO,
like
like home box office, they weren't charging you for those movies. So you could, day one, you could watch new releases that were in the theater on HBO. That was fucking cool to me. Like, that shit was real fucking cool to me.
yeah. I mean, even like the one thing that I really liked about during the whole pandemic was Peacock, because like I remember when the Halloween trilogy came back around, and 2018 2018 was before the whole pandemic. And then when you had Halloween Kills, which was during the pandemic, if you didn't want to go to the theater, you could watch it the same day on Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with Ends, but like me,
Yeah, Peacock did that too, and that was really cool.
yeah, like me, I was like, you know what, Alyssa? Everyone was so afraid during the pandemic. I still went about my life. I still had to work. I still wanted to do things in life, and people would be like so shocked that I'd go to the movie theater, and I'm like, so what? I said, we're only here for one time,
Well,
supposedly.
my life didn't change, and I've said it before a
No.
million times on here. And it's really not a horse that we need to continue to beat. However, when I would go out, and if I did have to go out to the grocery store or whatever, I might not have believed in the whole mask fucking thing because I mean, I literally went and bought a whole bunch of masks from a lady who was making them in her basement. It was like, how is this going to protect me or anybody else from quote unquote COVID? But I went and got them, because they were like, I got my kids some that weren't just boring plain masks. They were into like Harry Potter or Minecraft or whatever. So I got them, things that they would like to wear based off of their interest or whatever. And then I got me some sports ones and whatever. But I can be, the people who were freaked out about it or were worried about it, or you want to call them sheeples or whatever you want to call them, the people who bought into the conspiracies or anything like that. Look, if it made you feel better that I put on a mask for the 15 minutes I'm in the goddamn grocery store or the 30 seconds I'm in the gas station buying a case of beer, cool.
Well,
As
yeah, that's the
long
way I
as
looked at it.
that much. And when I was at work, like for instance, when I started working at OSU, even after COVID, and there was still a mask mandate, it was just like, all right, I'm not wearing a mask all fucking day at work. I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to sit in my fucking office all day long unless I have a work order. And if I have a work order, plus they weren't paying me to do anything else than sit in my fucking office. Let's be honest, OSU, your pay rate's a goddamn joke, all things considered. But and then I would go do the work order, and if they wanted me to wear a mask while I was in their office or whatever, I did. Or if I was walking through the main area of the building where I was supposed to wear a mask, I did. As pointless as it was, as dumb as it was, if it put other people's
Yeah.
mind at ease, it wasn't that big of an inconvenience for me. But if I was working and the person whose office I was working in, if they didn't care, then if they weren't wearing a mask, I wasn't wearing a mask.
Well, like I loved it how in the movie theater, like I really didn't have a horse in the show. It's like either you believed in it or you didn't. To me, I didn't. I was in the middle. I didn't care.
Yeah, that's
And there was people in the movie theaters that wouldn't even be sitting by anyone, and they'd still have the fucking mask on. And it's like, you're not sitting by anyone.
Well, and that was the biggest argument I had about the whole thing. And like Chris just said, fuck the mask. That was the only argument I had. Like, whether it's the mask that you provide, when I walk into a grocery store, and God knows how many thousands of people had their grubby ass hands into that box throughout the day.
Yeah.
Or,
So I did a table match. I was Kevin, and I was going to get Roman, and I won.
Nice.
And it was a title match. So Kevin is the new champion for the blue belt.
Yeah. You know, but it was like, or if I was wearing some customized mask that I bought from some lady who was literally making them in her freaking basement just to make a little extra. And that was one of the reasons that I would buy masks from people who are making them, because they were just trying to make an income during this whole fucking shit show. So,
well, yeah, I mean, it was such a shit show. Even when like the work that me and Alyssa were doing at the time, when it shut down for a little bit, like I told people that were so deathly afraid, and they're like, well, you shouldn't be working, we're in the middle of a pandemic. I'm like, I got fucking bills. Yeah, well, they'll give you a break on it. I said, yeah, but here's the thing. If they give you a break now, they will expect you to catch up on it once this is over. And a lot of people lost their houses and all that because they believed so wholeheartedly that once it was all said and done, that they wouldn't have to pay back shit. And like I sat there, and I hate to say it, but I kind of laughed at them, because it's just like, you honestly think the government wasn't going to be like, oh yeah, remember when we said we gave you a break? Yeah, you thought we weren't going to come back for that money? Like, seriously, that's like with the stimulus shit. Like, you knew they were going to make you write that on your taxes.
I said that on this show. I was like, y'all out there spending that goddamn stimmy, man. But they're going to come back and get you, especially you non-working sons of bitches, because they keep track of that. They're going to come back and get you, motherfuckers. You're spending that stimmy out here, big balling on a stimmy.
I mean, it helped. It helped. But at the same time, like, there was people I had that were friends with. They're like, oh, they'll never. That's tax write-off. I'm like, okay, you can fucking think that. And they were so pissed when they said, oh, they were mad that I didn't put it on my taxes. I'm like, of course they are.
But you got a credit. So even if if you did it, if you got the stimmy and you put it on your tax report, you got a credit for it. So
yeah,
at the end of the day,
it's not like it was it's not like it was a big deal at the end of it.
You really didn't wind up paying much of anything back, if anything. If you were working during the pandemic, the people who were making the big stink about it were the people. Let me pause my thought, and we're going to come back to this. We got to take a real quick break. I want to come back to this because I'm about to go into a rant. I'm about to go into a full-blown
Let's go. My favorite part of this whole show, when I can get Chris to rant.
We the people need to take our country back, drain the swamp dry. Amen, brother. I'm going to go on a rant, so we're not going to drop this subject. I just want to take
Let's go.
But before we go to break, you know how I'm able to go on rants and be able to rant and rave and go on tangents? It's because I stay properly hydrated, ladies and gentlemen. And you know how I stay properly hydrated? I stay properly hydrated with our good friends over at liquidiv.com. Liquidiv.com. They're going to get you all your hydration needs, man. They're going to take care of you. Little known facts. You guys may not know this about Liquid IV. First and foremost, it actually tastes really good. They got like 16 flavors to choose from. And for the most part, they're all good. I'm not a peach guy. I'm not a pineapple guy. Those are the only two flavors I don't like. I just don't like peach and pineapple. I like real peaches. I don't like pineapples. However, that's neither here nor there. Liquid IV is also going to hydrate you 2 times faster than water alone. 3 times the electrolytes, of those overpriced sports drinks and 5 essential vitamins. You see that math I'm doing here? 2, 3, 5. Add them up, and it equals proper hydration. At the end of the day, they've also got sugar-free option for the people out there who are worried about their sugar intake or can't have sugar or whatever the case may be. And they've got 5 awesome flavors for the kiddos. Yes, they've got a liquid IV for kids, so you can get them kids off those overpriced, gross, not good for you sports drinks. Head on over to liquidiv.com. Real people, real flavor, real hydrating. Use our promo code at checkout. Words are hard. You're going to save 20%, about 20% off your entire order, every order, when you shop Better Hydration today at liquidiv.com using our promo code. Words are hard. I don't have a song picked out, so I'm just going to go right here to blah, 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 blah. Let's do my man Rock Lee in honor of his birthday. Rock Lee, EDM Combat. He had a birthday the other day. Shout out, happy birthday. Love you, brother. Hope you had a good day. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. In honor of Rock Lee, it's his remix of Judas's Fozzy.
What have I become now that I've betrayed everyone I've ever loved? I pushed them all away, and I have been a slave to the Judas in my mind. Is there something left for me to save in the wreckage of my life? My life. I've become. Personified, and I will drag you down and sell you out. Run away. I am cold like December snow. I have carved out this soul made of stone, and I will drag you down and sell you out. Embraced by the darkness, I losing the light. Encircled by demons, I fight. What have I become now that I've betrayed everyone I've ever loved? I pushed them all away, and I have been a slave to the Judas in my mind. Is there something left for me to save in the wreckage of my life? My life. I've become.
Let's go. I love how in AEW that whenever Chris Jericho comes out, everyone is singing Fozzy.
Wow, that ended way faster than I thought it was going to.
It's not an AEW show, that's why.
Yeah, right. I had to piss and get beer, and then I was making fun of the dumb dog out there.
Like, I got a kick out of how passionate those fans are. And then, of course, when the CM Punk rumors to AEW were happening, I was just like, I remember all the people that were like, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And people are going to look so stupid. And it's just like, once it happened, and they were in Chicago, and then all of a sudden it's like you hear all those people in Chicago when CM Punk first debuted in AEW, they're just chanting CM Punk, and then all of a sudden the song hit, and I'm like, you watch, MJF's gonna come out and be like, I told you I was the best in the world. And then he came out, like Alyssa's like, holy shit, CM Punk's AEW. I'm like, I know, right? And like I had turned up that volume on that TV so loud that I was afraid the neighbors were gonna knock on my door and be like, "Turn it down." I'm like, "Fuck no!" When I heard Cult of Personality come on, I was belting that shit out.
It is game over. Anywho, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying the show tonight. We got Jarvis in the building.
Yo, hey,
You
yo,
know,
hey, yo.
hey, it's the Jarvis.
Jarvis.
Hey, I'm trying to make a pizza back here, fucking Connor, I hope everything's all right, buddy. He's got a lot going on in his house tonight. I don't know what's going on over there. But he's got a lot going on in his world. Hopefully everything's okay. Jeff's out sick. Jarvis is stepping up in a big way tonight. We appreciate that. Eventually I'll fire Jarvis when Alyssa starts coming on camera, and she'll be my new co-host.
Sadly, I called my shot. I tried to hit that home run swing to get Glick off of third base, but you know what? I failed. It
Yeah.
pop fly. Pop fly. We lost the World Series. I was immediately cut. They didn't even wait until the game to end. They just said, Jarvis, get the fuck out of here.
Jarvis, you're done. Pack your shit up. Actually, don't even pack your shit. We'll mail it to you. Just leave. Leave with the fans. no. But you guys know me. You guys know me. I'm Glick, also known as the champ. Yeah, I'm the champ. Deal with it. I call myself the champ. So does everybody else in life. But you know what?
Not for much longer, ladies and gentlemen. Not for much longer.
I keep watching. Speaking of being the champ, so Cassius. So we've got that WWE 2K23 on both Xboxes, and I think I want to go into the custom mode, and I want to see if I can create a custom belt, a Nonsensical Wrestling Federation belt, just for shits and grins.
You should be able to.
Yeah, you can create belts and wrestlers and stuff like that. But anywho, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense. I'm hoping to add a second belt if some of these motherfuckers would die. Jesus Christ. They won't die, man. They won't fucking die. Like, come on, Jimmy Carter. You're 99, bro. Like, give it up, man. Come on, Ron Jeremy. Like, you were locked up in prison and they let you out because your fucking body's gone to hell. And come on, just fucking die, man. You know, like Dick Van Dyke, bro, you're 98 years old. Just fucking, all right, you had a good run, man. You know, Bruce Willis, I don't want you to die. I love you, and you've been a part of my life growing up. You were my hero, man. You were one of my action
heroes. He's going downhill quick.
You were one of my action heroes that I grew up. You made me believe in myself. You made me believe I could take on a whole horde of bad guys with no shoes and a tank top on. You know?
You made me believe that walking over glass didn't make me feel like a pussy.
Yeah. Smokey Robinson, man. I mean, you had a great run. You the whole Motown scene, man. I loved it. Thank you for it. You're 80-some years old. You had a good run. Somebody on my list fucking die already. Just fucking die.
I'm gonna laugh if fucking Glick calls me at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Hey Steven, one of the people on my list that I thought was gonna die and I took him off. I'm like, who was it? And he's gonna be like, fucking Lionel fucking Richie.
Yeah. like fucking fucking Ozzy Osbourne, man. You've had a good run.
You leave Ozzy out of this.
Ozzy, you've created all this great music. You've entertained us for years. It's all right, bro. You've had a good
lucky
run.
He didn't die when he was fucking young.
Yeah, call it a day. You know, William Daniels, I loved you, man. You were great in Boy Meets World. Fine, Mr. Fine. Nah, come on, bro. Like, you know, Shannon Doherty, I ain't got nothing against you, but you got cancer in your whole ass bones. It's inside your bones.
I want to say something, but I'm afraid I'll get backlash for
And
saying.
the last two sons of bitches, you dirty, grapey motherfuckers, you deserve to be dead and you deserve to rot in hell. And I'm talking to you, Jerry Sandusky, and I'm talking to you, Bill Cosby. Used to be America's dead, but we all found out you're just a fucking weird, old, grapey man. Just fucking die already.
Now, if someone puts Danny Masterson on their list, that
It's too late.
motherfucker
Our
got
list-
his ass beat in fucking prison before they moved him to the
Yeah.
white collar version of
Yeah,
it.
our lists are done. They're set in stone. Just look, I'm making a plea for you sons of bitches to die. I don't. Come on, damn it! How the hell am I
Whoever
going to add
puts
another book
Sam,
to my collection? How the hell am I going to go down as the angel of death champion on Nonsensical Nonsense if you sons of bitches don't die?
whoever puts Sam Elliott on their list and Sam Elliott dies after they put them on their list, I will fine them and I will kick them so hard in the balls.
Nobody put Sam Elliott on their list, just so you know.
They fucking better not.
Clint Eastwood is on a list, though.
He's had his run though. Sam Elliott's a national fucking treasure.
Jeff and I put Dick Van Dyke and Bob Euchre, and both of those names really hurt us really bad.
Like Dick Van Dyke, okay, but Bob Euchre, like that motherfucker.
Well, I mean, like Dick Van Dyke's like one of the sweetest,
Yeah.
gentlest, kindest guys to ever live. Like you've never heard anything bad about the guy. And then you got Bob Euchre, and Jeff put Bob Euchre, and I put Dick Van Dyke, and it was just like, yeah, these kind of sting a little bit.
The one that really got me was Treat Williams. Like he dies in a motorcycle accident, and it's just like, god damn, he wasn't that old when he died either.
Well, fucking Mark Dodson just died this week. He was the main character in Gremlins. He was the son. The kid whose dad bought him.
He was one of the voice of the Gremlins.
In the article I read, they said that it was
Because Billy, the guy who plays Billy, is still alive. He's gonna be in the new Gremlins movie, supposedly.
well, the article I read was wrong. Then I was like, damn. So it was a massive heart attack that came out of nowhere.
Which supposedly in the new Gremlins movie, they're gonna make Gizmo evil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which originally was supposed to be the first movie. Gizmo was supposed to be the Stripe character. But me and Mark talked about that, and I was just like, I don't know how well that's gonna work because Gizmo was always the one that people talked about as so cute and all that. And now all of a sudden he's gonna be like a fucking asshole character.
Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know. Like I said, anyways, just look. I didn't go after anybody young. I went after a bunch of old motherfuckers that and rightfully should have been gone a long time ago because you had a good run. I need some help, man. I need some help. I need somebody to fucking die on my list. Goddamn. I'm trying to become the Angel of Death champion. And I'm trying to become the Nonsensical Nonsense Angel of Death.
God, take fucking Justin Bieber. Give us
He's not on anybody's list. That's not helping anybody.
I'm gonna laugh when Justin Bieber does die, and people are gonna be like, "Yeah, he was on the list. It doesn't fucking matter."
It's been like the last, dude, since we did this. I mean, so many celebrities are dropping like fucking flies, man.
Well, like there was so many people, and Amy Winehouse died. So sad for her. I'm like, fuck. I called that when she started singing. Which it's sad. I'm not trying to make light of what she dealt with, but at the same time, like people were trying to help her, and it was just like Jim Morrison and Chris Farley and all that. It just the clock ticked.
Well, the unfortunate thing is in that situation or other situations like that, there's only so much you can do to try to help someone.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's only so much you can do to try and help or to help. If they're not willing to take the help or if they don't see that they have a problem, I mean, as heartless as it sounds,
well,
you reach a point where you just have to kind of wash your hands and go, what else can I fucking possibly do?
the thing that hurts me the most is like with the Chris Farley death was how it's affected Adam Sandler. Like they'll be asked
Well,
about that until the day they die, and it's like these people that ask that question don't see how much it hurts them, because even though they didn't fail Chris, they feel like they failed
yeah, I
Chris.
mean, you have his inner circle like
Yeah.
Sandler and Spade and what's the other
Chris
guy?
Rock, Rob
Chris Rock.
Schneider.
Yes, Rob Schneider. These were some of his very close personal friends, and it was just like, but they, at the end of the day, it was sad, because they what else could they? And they tried to do everything they could. What else could they do? But
Yeah.
then they're left with that remorse and that guilt, and it's just like, I mean, guys, come on, you did it, and let's be honest. I don't mean to speak ill of somebody who's dead, but let's be honest. Candy, Farley, Belushi, way overrated. The only reason the
I
only reason
still can't die on
the
that
only
hill.
reason they talk about them the way they talk about them is because they died so young and unexpected. Well, you want to say unexpectedly, but they did die so young and unexpectedly. That's the only reason they're talked about. That's the only reason people
I
fucking.
would say the only one out of those three that died unexpectedly was probably Candy. Like Farley, they even said the first day he said that Belushi was his hero and his idol, and they're like, "Yeah, but you know how he died, right?" And he's like, "Well, that's good enough for me." Like
Yeah,
Sandler even said, he's like, "You know what? No matter what you could have done to try and save Chris, there was enough people around him that he associated with that was just like, oh, hey, even though you got out of rehab, try this new drug, Chris." And Tom Arnold even talked about it at length that,
yeah. How the
he
fuck is
felt,
Tom Arnold not dead? And no, I don't want Tom Arnold to be dead.
yeah,
I actually enjoy Tom Arnold. I think he's great. But damn, like,
he
really, bro?
fucking,
You
yeah,
survived all that? Like, it
his
was
kids
fucking hard
saved
to
his
laugh. It
life.
was just terrible. He's a terrible person and a terrible human being. And that son of a bitch is still alive.
Like, Andy Dick is another one that, like,
I can't.
I hate him because he was responsible for Phil Hartman dying. Because, like, Phil Hartman's wife, who was his murderer, was hanging out with Andy Dick, and John Lovitz literally wanted to get it, or pretty much almost beat the living shit out of Andy Dick because, like, John Lovitz even said, he's like, Andy Dick, if it wasn't for you, Phil Hartman would still be here. And it's fucked up how Phil Hartman died. He was trying to get a divorce from his wife, and she shot him. Well, then when the cops were to go and arrest her, she was like, okay, let me go upstairs, laid down right beside him, and shot herself.
Yeah.
Because at that point, she already knew her life was over. And it's sad because, some of these funny people, and Robin Williams was another one. When he died, like, there was people out there that were like, "Oh yeah, we could see this coming." To me, it was just like, I can't live in a world where a guy that funny would just be like, "You know what? There's
Yeah.
nothing else for me to do on this world. I'm gonna end it."
Yeah,
I can't.
that was pretty heartbreaking for me because I loved Robin Williams. I loved everything Robin Williams did, and I
He
was a
was
kid.
in my at the Dairy Queen I lived next to when he was at Hazelden in Center City.
Uh,
And I told Alyssa, I said, had I went there that day, I could have probably met him and been like, hey, you know what? I know there's people here that are asking you to say something funny, but I would have wrote down my number and said, you know what, dude? Anytime you need to call or talk, I'll keep it private. We'll talk.
said, "Who's this weird little redheaded kid that's trying to do butt stuff with me?"
But that's the thing I think Robin Williams
That
needed.
number away.
I think
Weirdo.
Robin needed someone to talk to
Hmm. Well,
because
as we talk about on Monday nights, it's not always that easy for guys.
yeah.
We don't always feel like we have that person to talk to, but it's neither here nor there. That's a Monday night conversation. Sorry, I went on a totally different rant than you guys expected me to go on.
Goddamn Chris Jericho.
I'm over here like, oh, we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna come right back and I'm gonna go on a rant about COVID and stimmies. Just kidding. I'm gonna go on a rant about fucking people who need to die so I can get another custom championship belt.
We're
I'm
real
the
horrible
real
people at the
today's
end of it.
champion.
People always come up to us. They say what wonderful people are. It's just like, what little they know. We're fucking horrible.
You know, that Glick guy on Nonsensical Nonsense is a real fucking piece of shit. His co-hosts aren't so bad, but that Glick guy is a
Oh,
real piece of shit.
please.
You missed it
There's
Wednesday night. He did a whole 20-minute rant about celebrities who need to die so he gets a custom belt.
There's people out there that are probably like, we're hoping Steven will fucking die.
This son of a bitch wants another goddamn belt to call himself the champion. He wants to prove his dominance over the rest of his co-hosts by people dying.
Yeah, well, you know what, people? There's gonna be a nonsensical wrestling federation that you should all check out the pay-per-view whenever we decide to do it. Because for one night only, I will be coming out of retirement, and I will be retiring a lot of people, including the champion.
Where Connor figuratively uses Steven as a punching bag, and I will literally use Steven as a punching bag.
Dude, like
And
people.
I can end the match in 5 seconds, but I will drag it out for 60 minutes just to make sure he is taught a lesson.
Like my wife asked me, she's like, "Are you sure you're gonna do this?" And I'm like, "It's one fucking night. I win the belt, so what? I'll give it back to Glick."
I'm glad. Look, listen, you're not Sting. This isn't your retirement match. You're not going to come out the champion. Right? Your sons aren't going to come out dressed like you or guys that you pay to be your sons. However, that was really fucking cool.
I want to see that match. Like Mark told me how good of a match it was, and I'm like, fuck.
I've seen clips from the match, but I wanted to see. I've watched the videos. Yeah. Sting's entrance was awesome. To have his two sons come out,
yeah,
and you know, Sting's been wearing the black and white for years now, but to see his son come out in that iconic red, white, and blue get up with the face, the blonde hair, and then to see his other son come out and the Wolfpack Sting was like, this is fucking cool. And see them get involved in the match and hit some stinger splashes. I was like, this is cool because, you know, my top 3 wrestlers of all time, my top 3 favorite wrestlers of all time. And it's not a debate. I'm not here to argue with anybody. This
Sting
is me.
is definitely up there.
This is me. My top 3 wrestlers of all time are, and in no particular order, Sting, Stone Cold, and the Ultimate Warrior. Those are my 3 favorite wrestlers of all time. Now, if we want to do a top 5, Macho Man Randy Savage is in there. Ric Flair's in there because, I mean, there's never been a heel that's been more loved than Ric Flair. And he was the greatest heel of all time. Nobody will be a better heel than him, period. And, you know, just for a new school name, I mean, there's a ton of old school guys that I grew up loving and stuff like that. But just to round out the top 5 and throw a new school name in there, I got to give it to John Cena, man. John Cena was great on the mic. He was great in the ring, and he never buried.
You can't see him.
Well, yeah, you can't see him, but he never buried an up and comer just to forward his career.
I mean, he did bury Nexus.
Yeah, but
at that SummerSlam pay-per-view, they were supposed to go over.
Yeah, well, that was a terrible fucking gimmick all the way around, and they deserve to be buried. But I mean, just recently in his most recent match, he put over Solo Sikoa, and in all honesty, Solo should have got buried by John Cena.
I'm still waiting for Triple H to pull the trigger on a heel Cena. I'm waiting for it.
Well, you better be careful what we wish for.
Well, the only person that was against Cena ever turning heel again was Vince. And Vince is no longer part of the company. They're never going to talk to him again. That's like Paul Heyman now. He's going in the WWE Hall of Fame this year. And the reason why he kept turning it down is because he didn't want to be in there as long as Vince was running the company. And I can understand it.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. And like I said, there's a lot of other wrestlers that I grew up liking, man. I love like Bret Hart and Ricky the Dragon and Hacksaw and Legion of Doom and Demolition. My second uncle or third uncle was in Demolition. My uncle Bill was a member of Demolition. So like, and then there's a bunch of new guys. I mean, you can put HBK or Undertaker or Kane or whatever. But it's just my.
Undertaker was badass. Like,
I love all
yeah,
those guys.
he
But
was a little. He debuted in '91, which was before I was born. But just hearing that gong go off, and now
and
it
Undertaker
sucks.
debuted and instantly shot to the top of the ladder and stayed at the top of the ladder until he retired.
The one thing that really sold him on me is when he was on the Stone Cold Steve Austin podcast on Peacock, and Stone Cold asked him, "Where did you get where you're on your back and all of a sudden you just sit up?" And he's like, "You're gonna laugh at me when I say this, but Michael Myers."
Hmm?
He's like, "I watched Halloween," and he's like, "I copied that shit to a T." And it was so cool to find that that's what he idolized off of that, was when Michael's just laying there and all of a sudden just sits up.
Right?
That to this day still gets me. And I'm fucking 31, and just seeing Michael fucking sit up the way he does is just like,
Yeah, no, I mean, I just I don't know, man. Stone Cold, like, oh, man. Look, first and foremost, I'm a wrestling fan. Obviously, you know that.
yep.
You guys know that. Who the hell do you think is going to be my top three? Look at me. Listen to me talk. You know I'm a Stone Cold guy. I'll be a Stone Cold guy till the day I fucking die, man. You know how many
I'm a,
times I wanted to fucking hit my boss with a stunner and walk into work with a cooler full of beer, or be at work and just start slamming beers after I whoop my boss's ass? Man, Stone Cold got to live the dream. Plus, he was like just your average guy, man. Like,
you never knew what you were gonna get with Stone
yeah.
Cold. And that's why I liked him. I remember in Boy Scouts for Halloween one year, I dressed up as Stone Cold, and they're doing like some costume, like fucking people would vote on the costume. Well, 1998, who are they gonna vote for if they're a wrestling fan? Stone Cold Steve Austin. So I won it in a landslide, and there's kids there that were their parents were bitching about it and all that, and the judges are like, "Hey, we'll tell
Oh,
you first and foremost, we love Stone Cold. Yeah, we may be biased, but this guy wins." And I was like, "Cool."
they they just announced, it was yesterday or the day before, top selling merchandise for WWE.
Stone Cold's still outselling.
Stone Cold is still your number one tops. They partnered up with Fanatics, right?
Yep.
WWE and Fanatics. They have the Stone Cold vest on Fanatics, and don't think it's not in my cart. It hasn't been in my cart.
Dude, I hope you show up to our pay-per-view match with that on just so I can beat the fucking shit out
Like,
of it.
don't think I am not waiting to pull the trigger and buy a goddamn Stone Cold Steve Austin vest so I can wear it on the goddamn show just because. At the end of the day, just
Leggy,
what's up, Leggy? Just to wear. And don't
you
think I
know,
haven't thought it, and don't even think I haven't thought about having my own nonsensical nonsense Glick 316 vest made.
here's the thing though, people. In that match, guarantee you, I'll do something that fucks up my knees so bad that I'm carried out of that match halfway through it.
Well, not to mention all my guest run-ins that are going to run in and stomp a mud hole in your ass. Jeff, Connor. Well,
Dude,
Connor might make a heel turn on me. However, Connor might make a heel
I'm
turn.
gonna be like Sting. I'm just gonna fucking drop the baseball bat, and whoever's gonna come at me, it's just they're going fucking bye-bye.
You're going to come to the ring with Mark and Brian, and then like midway through the match, they're going to slide in, and you're going to go, "Yeah, what now, Glick?" And it's going to be 3-on-1, and then Mark and Brian are going to sneak you from behind.
Oh, they already told me they're gonna turn on me, and I'm just like, are you sure you want to do that? Because like I said, people can make fun of me all they want. I was a legit wrestler, but here's the thing: at the end of the day, I also did a lot of backyard shit, so I'm a little bit on the fucking crazy side. And like I told Alyssa's like, you have to promise No, well, I mean, Sting from the Police is also awesome, but fuck that guy. No.
Fuck's
No,
sake. What did this
wrestler.
thing ever do to you, Jarvis?
Yeah.
Hey, no, I'm Jaravici, and I say fuck Sting. Hey, it's a message in a
No,
bottle.
I like the Police. The Police are a very good band. I just my favorite wrestlers, and a lot of people think it's funny that I'll say it, but I liked Magnum TA. I liked Dusty Rhodes. I liked a lot of the old school guys, even though they were before my time. The Road Warriors. I hated the Legion of Doom name, but I loved the Road Warriors. Especially when they came out to the WCW version of Iron Man.
What a
Well, see, Leggy, the reason why they called, and I thought it was so stupid, the reason why they called Magnum TA was because he looked like fucking Magnum PI.
Yeah, right.
But yet, oh man, if he wouldn't have had his car accident, I honestly don't think Sting would have risen to the heights that he was. Because Magnum TA was gonna get the run that Sting would later get, where the Four Horsemen would beat up on every good guy in wrestling at the time, and Magnum TA was gonna get that run. And so it sucks that he didn't, but you know,
I'm surprised, Jaravici.
yes.
You being a Minnesotian, that you haven't brought up Jesse the Body Ventura. Let me tell you something about the aliens in the government, all right? Because they're out to get you. It's conspiracies all day. And I'm Jesse Ventura, all right?
Okay, you don't even sound like him. You sound
Yeah,
like a
I mean,
Canadian
it was
version
an
of
effort.
fucking
Look,
Macho
I
Man.
tried. And I think I did a pretty solid job, okay? It
Well, let me
was a
tell
little
you
Macho
something, brother.
Man-y, a little Jesse, you know. Look, it was a spur of the moment thing, okay?
But no, I already told my wife. I told her I promise that when we have the big match, I won't get hurt. And she's like, halfway through it though, you're probably gonna get very badly injured. I'm like, oh, that of course. And
Alyssa, if you're listening out
she's
there in the internet worlds, and you can hear my voice, just so you know, I'm gonna hurt him. I'm gonna hurt him real bad. I'm gonna turn him
and
into,
see,
I'm gonna
here's
turn him
the thing.
I'm going to turn him into the new Connor. He's going to be the second
Yeah.
crippled on the show. And then Connor and Jaravici are going to start their own podcast, and it's going to be called the Crippled Podcast. And they're just going to be in their fucking wheelchairs being crippled, talking about being crippled and what the decisions that led to them being crippled. And Connor is going to have a great story about being an American hero, a true veteran,
Uh-huh.
somebody who gave his body for our country. And then there's going to be Jarvis, and he's going to say, I challenged the champ, and he beat me within an inch of my life.
Yeah.
And he lifted me up off the mat and looked me in the face and screamed, "You did this to yourself!"
I told my wife, I'm like, I love when Chris is talking this shit, because you know what? He doesn't realize as soon as that pay-per-view gets announced, I'm going in training.
I would love, I would love for us to have the fan base and the following to where we could actually do like a for real wrestling show. I think that would be so badass.
Dude,
Like a whole bunch of matches that lead
I
up
think we
to
could. I honestly think we could. Indie wrestling right now is hotter than main wrestling, which is shocking.
pay per view and charge people to watch it. We would literally just have to put it out live on you. And I'm telling you what, I want Jeff and I want Jeff to definitely be a commentator, and maybe
My dad could do the fucking Mean Gene Okerlund shit where they interview the people, because that's what he did. He did that for my brother and his friends wrestling federation. Which, Keith, if you're listening to this, I'm telling you this: when you turned heel against me, you didn't have to beat the fuck out of me like you did. I mean, he laid my ass out that night.
who would be what the hell are you doing? Dude? What'd you throw? All right, love you, buddy.
Love
I'll see you in the morning. Is Mama picking you guys up in the morning? I'll call her in the morning and double check. Trying to think of who would be a good second seat commentator for.
Connor, maybe.
Well, Jeff would be like the JR, like, oh no, Jeff would be like the King version, like
Yeah.
the King, you know, or
Ooh, puppies.
what's his name from ECW? Remember that cat from ECW? It was like, holy shit, holy shit.
Oh, yeah. Joey Styles.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Connor would probably do a good job, or like Tony. Like Tony would be a good like Michael Cole, JR type character. You know, like
Oh God, Glick hit him with a chair. Good God. Oh, I even told my wife, I said, I'll blade. I don't give a shit. I'm going to make that pay-per-view gets announced. I'm making that show look good.
You won't have to blade.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time I fucking bled. Good God. Fucking that's the only reason they allowed me to be in my brother and his friends wrestling federation, because they knew I was dumb enough to try all the high spots.
Yeah. Oh, ding ding, school's in, bitch.
Yep. They're like, ooh, hey, a step ladder. Someone's gonna have to go through this picnic table. Hey, Steven, you wanna try it? Sure, it wouldn't hurt. Fucking broke through it and fucking just like, then one time I fell through the ring that they made. They're like, I think he's dead. And I'm just like, I was hoping.
No, I think it would be something fun to do just for shits and grins.
And they put a cage on that, like War Games cage. I hate to say whoever's on my team, but there will be no fucking teams. I'll go in there like Roddy fucking Piper, and I will go fucking nuts on everyone.
I'm here to chew bubblegum and kick ass.
Kick
Whoop
ass.
ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
But no, like, I loved Sting when he was the Crow Sting. When he would walk in there and the NWO would be like the biggest thing. He'd walk in there and just drop the bat.
Just start chopping everybody.
Yeah, he'd beat the shit out of all of them.
Like, really? There's 20 of them and just Sting. And he's just chop, 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 chop.
But
like,
have you ever noticed he always knew to go into a corner?
Oh yeah, well I mean that's
because they couldn't get behind him.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a you know for you know for anybody who's ever been in like real life fights, real like you know for when I was younger I used to get jumped a lot and I learned real quick. If I back myself up against the wall, nobody's coming behind me. You know what I mean? Like, everybody, it's 6-on-1, and all 6 of you, and this is like a real life fight, not a wrestling match or anything like that. This is a real life fight. If I back myself up against the wall, and there's 6 of you, all 6 of you have to come at me head on. Nobody's getting behind me. Yeah, shut up, Jarvis.
I remember one time in high school, my senior year, this girl who was talking to my best friend Bryant comes running up and she's like, Steven, someone's attacking Bryant. And I was just like, I told the girl who I was dating at the time, I was like, I'll be right back. I just took off like Ultimate Warrior and I'm watching Bryant get like surrounded by like 4 people. So what does my dumbass do? I climb up on the fucking lockers and jump off there like I'm fucking Macho Man.
And missed everybody hit the ground.
And after me and Bryant took care of these punks, Bryant's just like, did you really just jump off the lockers? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, dude, you could have blew out your knee, you dumb fuck. And it's like, yeah, I wasn't thinking that.
No, the choice of, dumb decisions we make as adolescents, if you will.
Oh, I got in my fair share of fights in school. Didn't win a lot of them, but most of them were. I got about two or three of them down, and then I made the stupid decision of, oh, no one's gonna get me. But like Billy Jack once said, you may get a few, but eventually one of them will get to you.
Yeah. No, I can say I've never lost a one-on-one fight, and I'm not bragging. I'm not measuring my cock or anything like that. I've just never lost a one-on-one fight. I have gotten my ass handed to me quite a few times, but the numbers were way stacked against me, and you know, when I always went in with the mindset, you know what? I know you sons of bitches are gonna whoop my ass, but I'm taking 2 or 3 of you with me at the end of the day, and I did too. I'd get at least 2 of them, if not 3 of them, if it was a large uh, number, but. I think the most that ever I think one time I got jumped by 8 guys. You know, that was the most that ever, you know, and that didn't have anything. That was just simply because I was a white kid. You know, I was a white kid and I lived in a black neighborhood, and that was the only reason I got jumped. And there was 8 of them and 1 of me, and 2 of them went to the hospital. I mean, I got my ass whooped. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, 2 of them went to the hospital. So I didn't go to. It was 8-on-1. I didn't go to the hospital, but 2 of their friends went to the hospital. So, but I had to bruise.
Glick was like the Road Warriors back in the day. It took 4 of you to waylay on us, and we didn't go to the hospital. We came back the very next day.
Yeah, no, I've taken some.
I've taken some ass beatings in my life. Fuck. But that's the funny thing. Like I've lost one-on-ones. I lost a lot of fights. I'll be honest, but it's always funny. The ones that talk the most shit are the ones that jump you with their buddies.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like I remember that time Bryant almost got jumped, and it's just like the kid was like, "Oh yeah, I kicked your friend's ass for a while." I'm like, "Yeah, you and your 5 buddies." And then I said, then when one of Bryant's buddies came and me and Bryant took care of it, I said, "You guys weren't talking shit then. One of you was in a locker."
Mm-hmm.
That's like one time a kid, the girl I was dating, I guess, she was trying to goad this guy into kicking my ass for her hand or whatever, and I moved all the way at the last second when he threw a punch. He punched my locker, and fucking, I was like, "Whoa, what the hell is going on?" So he kept swinging at me. So finally, I just opened my locker, shoved him in there, and shut the door. And Bryant's like, "Yeah, I walked by your locker and someone was pounding on it saying, 'Let me out.'" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I gotta go back there and let that person out." I didn't care. Like my senior year, when I came back to Chisago Lakes, I told people I was like, I was gonna raise hell. I got into a fight the first day I came back to that school over someone having a grudge and waiting that long to try and kick my ass. It's like I told the kid after I beat him up, I was like, "Really, dude, you waited 3 years until I came back to try and whoop my ass." Yeah, I pretty much peaked in high school. Fuck you, Connor. Hard R. Hard ER.
I just can't picture you being a guy who's getting into fights or anything like that. Like,
Well, I didn't do it to like prove that I was tough or anything. I did it because people legitimately tried to fuck me up, and it's just like, what are you gonna do? Run and tell a teacher? Like if I would have done that and my fucking dad would have found out, he would have been like, "Bitch, I didn't raise you that way."
yeah, right.
Like I used to split wood and all that. That's how I trained. I didn't train lifting weights for sports. I trained out in the woods.
Calm
Like
down. What were you in fucking Moscow?
no, it's just my dad always told me, he's like, "Yeah, you're not lifting weights like most of them steroid junkies in high school do." He's like, "Your ass is out there splitting wood." And a lot of the old baseball players back in the day would tell you they worked on farms, they grew up on a farm, and that's how they could hit the ball as hard as they could.
Oh, I mean, you say so.
I mean, fuck, George Foreman even would tell you that he didn't lift weights when he won the world champion at
Oh, I found it. Nice.
yeah, I probably could have used steroids, but nah.
Hashtag peaked in high
Peaked in high
school.
school. Shut up, Connor. So what if I did?
You
I
just
knew.
look like a guy that would spend a lot of time fighting or whatever. That's all I'm saying. Nothing against you. You just... All right, twig arms. Keep telling. Show us your guns, Jarvis.
Nah.
Show us your
They've-
pew pews, Jarvis. Show us them pew pews. Give us a flex one time. Oh yeah, what you gonna do, brother? When he's
Hey, I may
four,
have twig arms, but you know what? I bet you 10-1, Connor. Back in my day, you couldn't fucking outlift me in fucking splitting logs and chopping down trees, motherfucker. I'm glad you fought for this country. I will give you that, but
damn Paul Bunyan. I'm chopping down trees and I'm splitting wood, bitches. Don't make me
well,
chop
that's the thing.
down.
Like
Go ahead.
people couldn't believe with my twig arms that I could power lift. Granted, I wasn't like my brother where, you know, he had to power lift to prove his dominance over shit.
Oh, Connor, you're still hot. Stop it. I would totally
Yeah.
do that. I would
Your
totally.
man, you got some hot man titties, dude. Or as Leggy said that one night, num num num.
Num num num. Nipples.
But no, I never really had a prime. my prime wasn't even. I don't even know if you could consider me having a prime in high school.
Hey, Connor's still on the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, wait, Connor came back? That's a shock. Love you, Connor. But no, I wasn't a tough guy in high school or
I was
anything.
my prime. What are you two ladies talking about when I was in my
He
prime?
said he had a prime. I never had a prime. I could say it.
I don't know. Apparently I'm still in my prime.
I overachieved in sports.
I feel like you way underachieved, but in your mind you thought you overachieved.
Oh no, I was
Like that meme that you see reality versus expectation. And Jarvis in his head, he thought he was like all.
I was okay. In my mind, I was Joe Montana, but in reality, I was Rudy.
In your mind, you were me calling myself the champion, but in reality, you were Hornswoggle.
Like no, like when I say I was an overachiever, I pretty much I knew I wasn't gonna be a starter in sports, so I pretty much just said, "Put me on the suicide squad, coach." Like I'll do kickoffs.
Everybody there wanted to kill themselves.
No, like we called our kickoff team the Suicide Squad.
Everybody was that bad. They wanted to unalive themselves.
I mean, I did come from a school that was more known for hockey than football.
I understand. That was like me being on the baseball team at a football school. Is like, but
Yeah.
I've set all these records playing baseball, and they're like, "What the fuck is baseball? We're a football school."
Like the only time I was really good at football was probably flag football because they couldn't fucking tackle me. But no, I was such an overachiever that it wasn't even funny. And I'm not saying overachiever like it's a good thing. It's like I was pretty much probably Rudy.
Yeah, we've already established your overachiever mentality.
Put me in, coach. I know it's only psychological, but I can handle it.
Want to see a replay?
It's like fucking Rocky Balboa. I took so many hits to the fucking head that like I literally thought that it's like what he sees versus what she sees.
Yeah. As a joke. We love you, Connor.
No.
You son of a bitch.
And if people think I'm bragging about what I did in high school, like no, I was very fortunate. No, dude, like I even told our starter.
Guy who goes to your class reunion still wearing your Letterman jacket and talking about that one time that you.
No, Like, first, my school would actually have to have a reunion because every time they plan one, it gets canceled at the very end. It's like, you guys never fucking planned it to begin with. We're like we're almost to like our 15-year reunion, and we still haven't even had a 5 or a 10. Granted, not like I would go anyway.
Jarvis still walks around his hometown bragging about that one time he got a pin on a kid that was a paraplegic, and it was like a Make-A-Wish thing, and Jarvis was supposed to lose, and Jarvis was like, "I gotta win." Yeah, I took that some bitch down and
No, I'll be the first one to tell everyone, like, I was not good at sports. I should have been the person that was like doing fucking like plays and all that shit, but no, like I went out for sports because it's like
still doing an Inception thing over here. We're both watching each other, even though she overstreamed me. How dare you? Oh, it's on now. This is strike 2, just so you know.
I mean, Leggy's show is better than this.
You know what, Jarvis? First and foremost, fuck you. Second of all, there's no second of all. Just fuck you, Jarvis.
I mean, this show is better than mine. Which
Well,
ain't
you know
saying
what?
much.
I could fucking throw puppies into a river and it would be better than your show.
Fair.
Let's
fair,
be honest.
fair. Fair.
This isn't your show. It's nonsensical nonsense. But he does do a very
Yeah.
good show, whether you're into her type of music or not. Like, he does do a very good music show. She does some great documentary stuff, and Jukebox Jury is fun. I enjoy watching it. I may not always get to watch it live, especially because she does Jukebox Jury. Words are hard on Fridays, and I do Glick's House of Music on Fridays now. But I try to watch the replay. But it's a fun show. It's a fun concept, and it was cool to be a part of it. But however, dude, like you're on this show, you can't say somebody else's show is better than ours.
Like Leggy, if you ever listen to my show, you would fucking be you would honestly agree with Glick.
Dude, so did I, Jarvis. And now that I work across the street from Nationwide and I've seen them in the windows, I want one so bad. Not Jarvis, Connor. Dude, I want one of those Blue Jacket Letterman style jackets so bad.
I was about to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I work across the street from Nationwide now, and they have them in the windows, like I have all that stuff around around the arena, and in one of the windows they have those jackets, and it was just like, that's really fucking nice. I know the Blue Jackets suck, but that's my team. And I'm like, damn, I would rock the shit out of that. Even more harsh.
I feel like even if Leggy did try and promote us over in the UK, I don't think the UK would like us.
Outside of Leggy coming into our chat and coming on from time to time, I really don't think she wants to push us or like have her on have us on any of her channels. I mean, she does a pretty like more serious show than we do. I don't think she wants to like put us on her airway. I mean, trust me, I was sent a whole list of rules and things I could not say, and how I had to act and how I had to present myself, and I couldn't drink and then I couldn't I just had to be a certain type of way when I was filled in on Jukebox Jury. I mean, it was like I really felt oppressed, Jarvis. I felt like she was holding me back. She oppressed me.
Leggy, you hear that? You oppressed an American.
Yeah, she held me back. She tied down my creative genius.
Like people get so mad at us ragging on America. Honestly, everything oppresses an American.
Let's not get started on that. It is way too late in the show, and
I'm waiting for someone to be like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of people shooting out at the shooting range, and fucking someone being like, oh, I'm oppressed because they fucking shot at a target.
I'm offended. Hashtag Target Lives Matter. No taxation without representation. Fuck off, Brits. Fuck off, you dirty Brits.
Yeah, but the funny thing, Connor, is we act
White.
like we are British.
No, we're not. Listen here, you Canadian fuck.
We literally left fucking we left fucking England, and yet we're still doing the same stupid shit that they did to us.
We didn't leave England. We left England and then in turn kicked their asses.
Remember when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Germans? He's on a
Wait,
roll.
what?
He's on a roll.
Don't you fucking dare say we. He's Canadian, Connor. You gotta give him a break.
Oh, fuck
No
off. I'm
Canadians
more fucking American than half the fucking Americans in this fucking
the
country.
Canadians, even especially the Southern Canadians, they're a little slow.
I got a kick out of it. I was talking to someone that Dalton knew, and she's like, "Yeah, I live in New York," and I'm like, "Oh, so you're southeastern Canadian?" And she's like, "What do you mean by that?" And I'm like, "If you need me to explain that, then fucking there's something wrong." She's like, "No, what do you mean by southeastern Canadian?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm southeast Canadian, or I'm South Canadian." She's like, "Why? Because you live in Minnesota?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Even the United States does not want Minnesota in their fucking country anymore.
And to you Canadians, suck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we signed a peace treaty. Yeah, you didn't want Glick to come up there and wage war on you. I don't mean you can't.
What you
suck
gonna do, Canada, when Glickomania runs wild on you?
goddamn Canadians. You can suck it.
Yeah.
Just because I have to
Are
play
you a Canadian or a Canadian can't?
Canadians.
No, I'm
signed a-
American through and through.
That don't mean I have to like you. You maple syrup, moose riding, mount me hat wearing sons of bitches.
The fucking Broken Lizard said it best in Super Troopers 2. Just because you're Canadian and we're Americans doesn't mean you're better than us.
No, Tweeter said it best in Varsity Blues. That's a cute mount me hat you got there. Mount me. Not right now. Maybe after a few more of these, though.
I gotta watch that movie again.
I love Varsity Blues. That's one of my favorite goddamn movies just because it was like, did somebody come to my high school and film our antics? Because that was my high school, man.
Yeah.
We were a football school, and if you were a football player, there was no there was actually, Connor, first and foremost, you weren't there for the treaty signing. You don't know about the fine print that I added, so shut the hell up, all right?
Yeah,
It was-
Connor, stop trying to make yourself sound cool. You're fucking 26. Get over it. You're young.
Yeah, listen, you're fucking North Korean at this point. You spent so much time over there. Why don't you Kim Jong Un your ass out of this conversation?
Oh God. Hey, you didn't show the Wookiee thing I sent you.
Oh shit, I forgot to download that. Don't let me forget. Do not let me forget to download it. I'll have it for Saturday night.
Yeah, hopefully I can show up on Saturday because my life is so fucking so interesting.
Well, I'm not going to invite you on Saturday night, even though it's an open door challenge, and anybody who comes up there is of their own free will. If you come up here, I'm kicking you out because apparently your wife is like,
Yeah.
Glick snaps his fingers. I hate Glick. Oh, Glick sucks.
I don't hate Glick. It's honest. Glick snaps his fingers and I show up. I'm like fucking Samantha from Bewitched.
That was me doing an impression of your wife. I hate Glick. He's so cool. He's the
People literally will get mad at me for not allowing Alyssa on the podcast. And I'm like, I'm always asking her to come on the show.
Who gets mad at you?
People in my chat will get mad at me. They'll be like, why don't you allow your wife on the show? I'm like, I'm always asking my wife to be on the show. You fuckers just don't hear it.
I encourage and I would love for her to be here. Nikki's been on the show. My Nikki's been on the show. Connor's Nikki's been on the show. If she wants to come on here, if she wants to elbow you.
I would love for Alyssa to be on the show. It's just she allowed one person when she was on our show together to be a fucking prick to her. And I told her, I'm like, so fucking what? I'm like, Connor fucking, in his little mind thinks that he's better than me. It's like, fucking, no one better than me. Not even the champ. Well, maybe the champ is.
I mean, Connor is kind of better than you.
He is. Let's be honest. I'm a Canadian. He's a North Korean spy.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do have a one up on Jeff. You're not Mexican.
Well,
So-
yeah, I mean, Mexico is the butthole of fucking America.
I mean, they're not American.
Alyssa is a nice lady. Like, I'll always say this, and it's so true from How I Met Your Mother. How does that go?
You outkicked her.
She settled. I fucking reached.
Yeah, you outkicked your coverage. I actually encourage her to throat punch you and drop kick you off the couch one night and jump on the show in your place.
Dude, I've handed her my headset how many fucking times, and she still won't come on. Like, it's like, Alyssa, come on.
And first and foremost, I'm going to say this: that one experience on your show, we would never let that happen We would never let that happen here. If we came on here and tried to disrespect her, trust me.
Well, the thing is that
you would have a whole bunch of lions jumping on a hyena.
We did a live show. I had gotten up, and some fucking dickhead who was anonymous because, wasn't man enough to fucking share his name or even come on the show that we did live. And like, as soon as I found out what the person said, I literally said on the next show, like, hey, so what if my wife isn't, a fucking 10 to that person? She's a 10 to me. She's better than I am. And I said, honestly, if I allowed her to do if she did her own podcast, it would do better than mine. And, I keep trying to get Alyssa to come on shows with me. And I told her, I said, when you do Twitch gaming, I said, you're going to have to learn that you're going to come on these shows and get your name more out there. And so I'm trying, folks.
Buy the whole channel. What are you talking about, Connor?
Well, like, so Connor, we used to play GTA Online. It would be me, Alyssa, Bryant, and a few other friends. And Alyssa would literally go up to like a griefer and be like, get shot by them. And all of a sudden, the griefer 10 seconds later would have like 10 people against one griefer. And Alyssa's like, well, I guess I'm the bait.
On your face, Connor. Well, I don't know what the hell Connor's Nikki looks like. I just enjoy interacting with her. I don't even know what the hell Alyssa looks like.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. At the end of the day, all our ladies, we're lucky we have them in our lives. We don't deserve them. I mean, honestly, Nikki could do better. Alyssa could do better. Connor's wife could probably do better.
Well, you said anything about a gangbang, bro. I said a bunch of lions jumping on a hyena, and now all of a sudden you want to gangbang Jarvis's wife. What is wrong with you, Connor? Drugs are bad, okay?
Yeah, I think he took a little bit too much tonight again.
Did you really only take one pill, or did you take that whole bottle you dumped out? No, like we're not.
Like there's so many people that
it's the
would
same.
Defend Alyssa.
Yeah, like we're not gonna let anybody offend her or take shots at her. It's just like if my Nikki or Connor's Nikki comes on here, we're not gonna let anybody take shots at him. Now, however, if Jeff's wife comes on here, I'm gonna just turn everybody's camera off and I'm gonna spend the entire 3 hours of the show just roasting the absolute hell out of her. Why? Because I can. Also, point B to what I'm saying is because I can, and 3, because I can, and 4, she's Mexican and she doesn't understand me. So I'm just going to make hilarious content roasting his wife, and she's not. I'm just kidding. I will roast the hell out of his wife, but she'll roast me right back at the end of the day.
But no, I Saturday, if Alyssa isn't working late, I'm gonna get her on the show.
She might be at work still. I don't know where she's at, or she's at her uncrippled boyfriend's house.
Ouch.
Where's my two-legged? Are we talking about Jefe? Don't ever call him Jefe. You know what Jefe is in Spanish? It's like the boss. It's like the man.
Jeff is definitely not that. Jeff is the poor man's Pablo Escobar.
Or as Rick calls him, El Cheapo.
I miss Rick. Like, Rick's a good guy.
No, Rick really is a good guy. Rick and I have been friends we met on TikTok. And, Rick will be on the show when he can come on. And
He's a lot like Connor. He has to pick on me a lot, and to me,
Yeah,
I don't ever take offense to it. Like, there was someone in the comments on one of the shows. They're like, "I wish people would stop picking on Steven," and it's like, it's all in good fun.
fuck you dirty cunt. You unwashed, syphilis infested.
God, look at that guy spelling cunt with a K instead of with a C.
It's because he's racist.
Yeah. What's a kunt?
He wanted to spell it with 3 Ks.
But no, like, I got a kick out of K-Mag whenever he comes out of here on here and he's like, "Hey, make sure my seat's warm for me." It's like, dude, you're going on there on a Saturday. Like, just fucking show up, you dumb bitch.
I love K-Mag. He cracks me up.
I do, but sometimes, like, I think his ego gets a little bit too much.
He is the definition. And I love K-Mag, so don't take this the wrong way,
Yeah.
K-Mag. You hear this? I'll tell you this if you come up here Saturday night. I like the definition of a podcast cuck. You sit in the dark in the corner and just enjoy the show. And you want to be a part of it, but you don't want to be in the action at the end of the day. You know what I mean? He's like he's like a nonsensical cuck.
Like, I remember the time that he went into the Nuisance Esports and he's like, "I'm gonna be on Nonsensical Nonsense," and I'm just like, okay. And he's like, "Hey Jarvis, I'm being on there the first time. How many times have you been on there?" I'm like, 4.
Hey, first and foremost, I like that phrase, Connor. That's a good phrase. I like that one. Yeah, he's quietly masturbating. He's the nonsensical nonsense cuck. He's the cuck. You know what? When he comes up this weekend, I'm going to put on his headline, Nonsensical Nonsense Cuck.
If he even shows up.
Yeah, no, I love K-Mag. I think K-Mag's great. He's a good dude. We have fun with him.
He's a great guy. It's just he takes shit so
But are you
serious.
guys really arguing over coming on this show? Like, this show is not
No,
We're not.
like
You
he literally was so proud of coming on the show, and I'm just like, dude, it's your first time. Like, I've been on there 4 times. It's not literally it is a great show, but at the same time, it's like when he was like a kid just winning the blue pony at the fucking fair.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like that you guys get excited about coming on here. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, let's be honest. I mean, we've got like between TikTok, Facebook,
like when
between Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
He literally got so frustrated that he couldn't get affiliate. And I just told him, I was like, dude, you're gonna get there.
Our goddamn lives, bro.
Yeah. Like I said, there's people out there that have 1,000 followers that have been doing TikTok and all that for more years than K-Mag has and haven't reached affiliate and don't give a shit. But yet it was like the be all end all for him.
Yeah. I cannot, and in all honesty, I'll be 100% honest with you. I am about done with putting the show on Twitch.
Yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't really give a fuck anymore about Twitch.
I'm going to start putting the show on Facebook, YouTube, and X. But I'm about done. I'm just, I mean, you hear people.
They brag about it like it's such a fucking great thing, and it's not.
Towards you in any way, shape, or form, Jarvis.
No.
So you hear people talk about, oh, I'm affiliated on Twitch, but bitch, you got 100 followers, and you can't get no more than 5 views on any episode, or any show, or any live stream you do. Like, and I'm not saying anything because I mean we usually average right around 15 to 20 viewers on Twitch at the end of the day, whatever the case may be. but we're not affiliate. We have the number of followers. We have whatever. The only thing is we're just
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm gonna blah 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 you.
Is that so?
Yep. Maybe Friday. Oh, blah 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 you. Whoa, maybe not. Maybe not.
Just not what I expected to come out of your mouth.
I was not
But
expecting.
no, like, there's people out there that
Like it's like damn
they
like.
treat it like it's the be all end all, and to me,
Let
it's
me
like
ask
the
you
day. Go ahead.
You're affiliated, and you said earlier that when you were talking to your counselor or whatever, and she was saying, excuse me, ma'am.
Damn it. I tried to get away without paying the toll.
Why would you do that?
I don't know, because I can. Blah.
One more, because you tried to get away.
Don't worry, my wife does the same thing.
Like you don't have a uterus, because if you did, I'd punch it. I love you. You're pretty. No, pay the toll.
I keep telling that to my wife, but then she kicks me in the nuts.
Pay the troll toll. I think he's calling me a troll. Fuck you, Connor. But no, so you brought up earlier about you're affiliated, which is more power to
It's
you.
okay.
And you're paid. Is it really worth it though? At the end of the day, I mean,
Well, like the reason why I brought it up to the Radio Connection career person is because she asked. She's like, and I wanted to be honest, and like I told her, like I'll tell anyone, I don't really give a fuck I'm affiliated. I really don't. Because honestly, I'm doing what I love, and that's creating mediocre content. Like, people can say stop putting myself down, but honestly, I do make mediocre content.
Wow. That sounds like a hate crime, Connor. You're crippled and your wife should never put hands on you. Well, I mean, you're not wrong, Connor or Jarvis. You do put out mediocre content unless you're on Nonsensical.
I'm fine with that. People like
if
it.
you're on Nonsensical Nonsense, you put out below mediocre content. So, I mean, you're good for yourself at this point. You're putting mediocre out, and then you downgrade to come on to one of my various shows, whether it be Nonsensical Nonsense or Men Caring for Men or
like I used to laugh, and I feel bad for saying this, but I used to laugh at K-Mag because it's like, dude, you're putting too much emphasis on making affiliate when you should just be having fun.
I'm gonna start going live on Twitch more often. I should go live on Twitch when I play with Mark and Brian. And I'm just gonna put in my title, I want to be an affiliate, help me so I can be affiliated.
People might, I mean, like I Dalton, and I love Dalton, and Dalton would call me up and be like, hey, do you feel like K-Mag or Preston is taking this way too serious? I'm like, oh yeah. He took it to the point where, like, when I got affiliate, I was like, yeah, I got affiliate. And then K-Mag, I don't know what happened, but for like a week to a month, he would not talk to me. And so I was just like, I finally messaged him and I'm like, dude, do you really think I care about it? I said, I didn't even want to do gaming, but Dalton asked me, hey, would you do Twitch gaming again? And I was like, maybe.
First and foremost, fuck you, salty Dalty, you bitch. How many times have you been invited on this show? Now you don't even show your face no more, you punk bitch.
He's going to. He has told me he's going to.
You scared little worm.
I've been trying to get him on my show, and it's just like I told him, I'm like, dude, why don't you come on Nonsensical Nonsense on a Saturday? And with his job, it's so fucking finicky. Like the dude could have a fucking day off, and that job is still calling him like they own him.
Don't make excuses for him. I'm talking to you, Dalty. I'm talking to you, salty Dalty. You got a vagina. Bitch. I'm jealous. You got a vagina, you little bitch, and it's a bloody vagina, and it's a weak vagina. And he
called me the next day after I called him live on the show that one time and said, "Hey, bitch, get on the show." He called me the next day and said, "Are you mad at me?" I'm like, "No." I'm like,
bitch.
I'm
Do it.
like, Glick told me to call. Glick said, "Hey, get Dalton on here. I bet you won't." And I'm like, I'll call the motherfucker. And he's like, I bet you won't. And I called him, and he's like, really, Glick thought you wouldn't call me? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, because you're scared, Dalty. Because you're scared. You little baby back bitch. You're afraid to come on a real show. We're not playing fucking Fruit Loops, bubble balloon, animal wall climbing Fall Guys. This is real life.
No.
This is real life, motherfucker. This isn't your
He
life.
was playing Valorant today in Lethal Company. He's playing Lethal Company now.
Look,
And
Jarvis,
like,
Jarvis, Dalton's gonna watch this playback and he's gonna get a fucking complex and he's gonna be like, "Why is Glick so mad at me? Why does Glick have a problem with me?"
well, and that's the thing. Like, I told, like, Dalton is such a great person, and like, it's funny whenever I talk to my mom, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, Dalton said you did your podcast, and he's so proud of you and all that." And it's just like,
Here's
it's
Dalton
like,
to your mom.
well, I met Dalton and his family through my mom because my mom was friends with his dad.
Dalton's banging your mom. Dalton's gonna be your stepdad.
No,
Huh? Hey man. Now I get it.
I told Dalton, I was like, dude, if I ever find it, I
Jerry.
told
Jerry.
no, fucking Mark one time. We were playing games and I guess I was talking a lot of shit and he's like, you better watch out, I might be your dad. And I'm just like, oh fuck, here comes Maury back on the show.
Oh, you don't think I've told some sons of bitches that? I've told there was a cat that was in here one time talking shit. I fucking jumped on his profile and I was like, listen here, you little son of a bitch. Because he was still in the chat. I said, listen here, you little son of a bitch. You shouldn't put your address and all that stuff where you're from because I'm going to come and fuck your mom and I'm going to become your new stepdaddy. And I'm going to take your goddamn cell phone, your Xbox, your PlayStation, and everything away from you. How's that sound? How's that sound, little boy? And he was like, yo, Glick, that's kind of fucked up, man. Why are you going to talk about my mom like that? She's still married to my dad. I said, not after I meet her. I said, I'll break up a happy ass home just to become your stepdaddy and take everything away from you.
Oh my god.
Big-
I wish fucking Mark would come on here and tell you we have a buddy named Paul on Xbox and Mark's known him longer than I have, but one time we were playing Friday the 13th, the game when it was big. And this kid was
Was it ever
talking,
big, though?
huh?
Was it ever big, though?
At first, yeah.
Hmm.
It's kind of dying the same fate as well, Texas Chainsaw is dying the same fate right now.
Well, I think and notice what was that? What was that game? 7 Ways to Die or 7 Days to Die? That first game that came out, and they had the all the made up fictional horror movie characters, and they chased you around, and the concept of Friday the 13th and some versions of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, Dead by Daylight. So that game came out and it was super successful for a long time. Like people were loving it. And then Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Friday the 13th came out and they're like, we're just going to milk the franchise name for our success. But then it was like,
yeah.
oh, it's the same fucking game at the end of the day. And
yeah, but with Dead by Daylight, like, and I hate to tell all the Dead by Daylight fuck boys out there, it's like, the reason there is a Dead by Daylight is because there are the horror icons.
well, yeah, and then I know that some elements of Texas Chainsaw Massacre were really kind of played on Resident Evil when you would play like the campaign and the story, like it played on Resident Evil. And I'm sorry, Resident Evil fucking locked that shit. I was talking to Nikki because I got excited because Resident Evil 2 and 3 are on Game Pass.
Yep.
Got excited. I was telling Nikki about playing Resident Evil 2.
I love those games.
When I was 18 years old, man, and I had my first apartment, and I was playing it on what the hell was I playing it on? PlayStation 1 or something like that, or N64 or whatever it was. I can't remember what system it was because I had like the Dreamcast and PlayStation 1.
Wait. you're actually proud of the fact that you had a Dreamcast?
Oh yeah, dude. I had all these systems all at the same time, and I had my first apartment. I moved out on my 18th birthday. I was still in high school, and I had 2 TVs hooked up. So I had like 5 or 6 different game systems, and I would be in my apartment alone at 2 or 3 in the morning playing Resident Evil. And I was explaining the liquors to her and how you would hear them. And this was before online gaming and
Oh, I
headsets.
hated them fucking things.
You had to crank your TV up, and I would be sitting there in the dark, and I could hear them. I could hear them growling and moving around, but I didn't know where they were. And I would turn it down a dark hallway, and then all of a sudden, a fucking liquor would be right there, and it would jump and scare. Like it
Yep.
would scare the fuck out of me, and I would jump. And I was excited because they have Resident Evil 2 and 3 on the Xbox Game Pass now. And I'm like, I can't wait to fucking play it. I was playing Resident Evil 3 the other night. Was it the day or two after I got the new Xbox? And she was out there making fun of me. She's like, "You're just gonna play all the games, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah, I am." But I played Resident Evil 3 for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And it was a nice little jot down memory lane. It was one of those games, but that's how I felt the couple times I played Texas Chainsaw. Was like, this is very reminiscent of Resident Evil.
Well, like the one Resident Evil game that I really wish they would come back out with and remake is Resident Evil 1. Because that's the only Resident Evil game I've
All
never
right.
played.
Tea time.
And but no, like I even said when I played the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, because someone came in my chat one day and they're like, if there was any horror game that they could make that would either be a remake of like a horror game or anything, what would it be? And I said automatically Halloween. I said Halloween needs a game. It had a game back in the NES days, which what movie or slasher didn't back in the NES days?
Yeah.
But I honestly think Halloween would do so well. Not like Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Dead by Daylight, but you could have like a multiplayer. But ultimately, where it would sell is if you allowed people to either A, be Michael in a campaign mode, or Laurie, or Dr. Loomis, or whatever. And now that we're getting a Halloween TV show, or soon we're getting one, it's like, honestly, if you own that franchise, why aren't you thinking of making a video game? I mean, we came close from before Texas Chainsaw Massacre was even thought of. Gun Media wanted to make a Crow video game, but they knew they couldn't because of all the fucking licensing, and they didn't know if they wanted to do one on Brandon Lee or wait until the new movie came out, which the new Crow looks like ass.
Okay, first and foremost, let's get away from the screenshots and the photos. Bill Skarsgård is a great actor, and let's see. Yes, they've reimagined it and they've changed it, but let's wait until the movie comes out
No.
and see what he does.
I will go to my grave saying this movie will not be as good as the Brandon Lee movie.
Yeah, well,
It may be good, but it will not touch what Brandon Lee did to that movie.
I'm glad that you think your opinion matters.
Oh, I always say that, but it doesn't. No, honestly, just looking at the pictures, you turn the Crow into Jared Leto as the Joker, is what they did. And honestly, Bill Skarsgård, yes, great actor, but it's Hollywood trying to make money on a franchise that never got off the ground after Brandon Lee's tragic death.
I happen to like Crow City of Angels.
City of Angels was a good sequel, but after that, the thing was, and people don't understand, that even though Brandon Lee, if he wouldn't have died, he still would have been in the other movies. It's just he would have passed on the Crow to the main character of the new movie.
No, I don't. I see that's the thing, and I think that's what a lot of people don't understand with this movie and this franchise is the fact that it was originally designed and it was set up to be a obviously it's a revenge movie, but it was set
Well,
up and
so
designed
was
to
the
have
graphic
multiple.
novel.
Yeah, it was set up and designed to have
Yeah.
multiple stories by different people, and that's what I liked about it because different scenarios, different situations. You know, with City of Angels, you know, the character, him and his son
Ash.
was murdered.
Yeah.
You know, then they did the one with what's her name, where the guy went to jail and he had the death sentence and was
Oh
executed.
yeah. Kirsten
Um,
Dunst one.
yeah, and that's what I liked about him because it's the same concept, same idea. However, there is a wrongfully accused or uh, a murder
Well,
vengeance type deal,
it
and
goes.
I like that about that. And this is the only thing that sways me about the new Crow movie is don't remake the original Crow with Eric Draven. Just continue the
Well,
story.
and that's the thing that a lot of people were saying when they were trying to put Jason Momoa and
Mhm.
fucking Mark Wahlberg at one time was supposed to be the Crow. It's like James O'Barr, who wrote the graphic novel, even said there was more than just Eric Draven.
Yeah. And what
Like
people don't understand is Eric Draven wasn't the main character.
he
The
wasn't the
Raven is,
first.
or the Crow is.
Well, yeah, the Crow.
The crows, the crow, the actual crow itself is the main character.
And
That
there's
is
like people to
that is
this.
the supernatural character that is the driving force to that franchise, to that graphic novel, to anything
Yep.
that has to do with the Crow series or
And
franchise.
like
It is the Crow. It is the crows that make the
I
franchise.
love these Facebook and Twitter groups and Instagram groups that literally are so fucking toxic when they don't know a single fucking thing. They literally say, well, James O'Barr wrote the graphic novel because Brandon Lee died.
Bring this in
Bitch,
the food over.
the fucking graphic novel, James O'Barr, who was at Twin Cities Con here in Minnesota, which I wish I would have gotten to go there and meet him because he wrote the graphic novel of The Crow because he lost his fiance or wife or girlfriend in a car crash, and it was to deal with the loss of death of her. And that's why Eric Draven, who in the very first movie played by the legendary late great Brandon Lee, who I don't even think you could have picked a better actor than him at that time to play the Crow.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, had he not died in an accident, then he still would have been in the movies. It's just he would have passed on the Crow to Ash in the second one,
Mm-hmm.
the third guy, Edward Furlong in that horrible fucking one. That's the only thing I didn't like about him is that after City of Angels, the rest were just garbage. And I can understand what they're trying to do. It was making money. And what does Hollywood do? They milk something until it doesn't make money. That's why you'll still get
Mm-hmm.
Michael Myers when he's 80 fucking years old chasing Lori in a fucking old folks retirement home because it keeps making money. They'll just rest those characters for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll get Halloween 1000 or Friday the 13th 1000, where Jason's fucking on an oxygen tank, fucking, you know, because it still sells. Hollywood doesn't know how to make a new thing, and when they do, they fuck it up with horrible sequels.
Agreed.
But no, I have no faith in this new Crow movie.
Now,
But I'm hoping in this new Crow movie that they have the skull cowboy like they were supposed to in the original one. And who knows what that movie would have looked like had it actually went the way it was supposed to, because in the graphic novel of The Crow, it's black and white. And Brandon Lee, who was smart, wanted some of the scenes to be black and white. And then with the Skull Cowboy, who is kind of like a mentor to Eric Draven's character, that would have been cool to see Michael Berryman as that character, but the reason they cut it out was because Brandon Lee's death. Which at the end of the day, it was an accident. It sucks. Brandon Lee was, and there was no curse on the Lee family.
How do you?
Huh?
How do you know?
Because it's so stupid that people literally will sit there and say that, oh, the Yakuza killed his father and then they went after the son. Bruce Lee died because of an allergic reaction to fucking pain medication.
It was aspirin.
Yeah.
Just aspirin.
And there's literally people out there that will go to their grave and say, no, you're wrong. Tell that to the autopsy report. And with Brandon Lee, that all could have been avoided if you had a fucking person on set that knew how to check a fucking gun.
Murder.
Or, better yet, don't point a gun at an actor in the first fucking place.
Yeah, because that's going to work in an action movie.
I mean, honestly, you could have literally shot it at a different angle where it looked like someone's pointing the gun at Brandon Lee and then bang, goes off. But then that's the same thing with the Twilight Zone movie with John Landis.
What the hell?
Huh?
With the helicopter?
Yeah.
Fucking killed everybody.
Yeah.
Killed them all. They all did. Dead up.
But,
I should put them on my list.
Like, I honestly think that The Crow, after this movie, whether it does good or not, let it die. Because you're not going to get the franchise out of it.
Or we get a revamp.
You're not going to get that, though.
Why don't you stop being so goddamn cynical and thinking
That's not being cynical.
The movies, you fucking pretentious prick, and just enjoy
It's
it.
not being cynical. It's being
enjoy
honest.
a goddamn movie for what it is. It's a vengeance movie. It's a revenge movie. It's a supernatural revenge movie, man.
Oh.
Look, if a bunch of bad guys break into your apartment and murder you and your wife, you're not coming back to life to avenge her death.
Oh.
Although, however, if you did because you're a ginger and you got lame ass face,
I have no soul. Come on now.
And you did like a orange and black crow mask, that would be pretty sick. I'm just saying.
I honestly, if I was ever an actor and that movie ever was like, hey, would you want to be the Crow? In a heartbeat.
Oh yeah.
Because with my appearance, and that's the thing people don't understand about Brandon Lee in that movie. Brandon Lee could have showed up in there like Brandon Lee in all his other movies where he's like buff as fuck. But no, he purposely lost weight and made him look so scrawny in that movie.
Well, again, look at all, there was what, 4 movies, 5 movies,
4
total?
or 5, I don't know.
But
I stopped watching after City of Angels. For
Christ's sakes, Edward Furlong of all goddamn people was in a Crow movie. They don't want fucking normal, the stereotypical action hero or whatever.
And that's what made the Crow movie cool, was that it was an everyday person that had a tragedy. Like you said, look at City of Angels.
Yeah.
Ash and his son are murdered because his son witnesses a crime. And he wasn't fucking your typical Kurt Russell type character or anything like that. It was just a random straight up guy who was working on his motorcycle and his son seen something he shouldn't have.
So there was 4 movies,
including the Brandon Lee one.
Yeah, all yeah. So there was
okay. Because there was City of Angels, which was the second one, which was really good.
There was The Crow. There was City of Angels, which I agree was great. Salvation was the Kristen Dunst movie,
Ugh.
and The Crow, Wicked Prayer.
Edward Furlong was that one.
Edward Furlong, and it had it had Tara Reid. God, she's a train wreck. Poor thing. And what's his face that was in the Buffy TV series?
Oh, the guy who played Angel, right?
Angel. Yeah, Angel. He had his own spinoff show, and he was also he's had quite a few shows actually. In all honesty,
But in all honesty, isn't it like Nicholas something or another?
No, he's like.
He was in Bones.
Yeah, he was in Bones. It was David
Borealis.
Boreanaz or something like that. Oh, Tito Ortiz was in that movie. Oh, wow, I totally forgot Tito Ortiz was in Salvation or Wicked Prayer.
So was Danny Trejo, I do believe.
But no, I mean, like, just that was the whole that was what made the Crow franchise so good. Was just
honestly,
in my opinion, I enjoyed all four movies. I liked all four movies. And I gotta be honest with you. I'm glad that they scrapped Momoa and they brought in Bill Skarsgård for this remake.
Because honestly, I like Jason Momoa.
I'm with everybody else. I don't like the Skarsgård look. However,
it's not like he chose that look.
Let's wait until the movie comes out. And let's see what happens.
I'll be shocked if I see it.
Oh, and also you made a reference to Jared Leto as Joker. Jared Leto is probably my second favorite Joker of all time.
Who's your first? Heath Ledger?
No, I don't fucking like Heath Ledger as a Joker.
He was the best crazy Joker. Even better than Leto. I'll die on that hill.
He was a good Joker. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm a night. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I love Jack.
Jack Nicholson was good too.
Yeah, I mean, I love Jack as the Joker. Leto's almost my most favorite. Almost my most favorite Joker, simply because of the fact that they really explored that relationship between him and Harley, and really showed how goddamn toxic it really was. And this is the great thing about DC, and I've said this a million times, and I don't think anybody's ever really appreciated it. My opinion on this, and nobody's ever really listened to it. Jarvis, you just might, because I feel like you're just as big of a nerd as I am. The great thing about DC Comics was you had all these different variations of characters, all these backstories, all these origin stories, but there's one character that you never really got a full-fledged
Joker
or backstory, and it was the goddamn Joker. But there was a comic book that came out, and that Joker that Jared Leto played, based off of the comics, was by far the closest and the best version of the Harley and Joker relationship.
Well, yeah, because you never got to see Harley Quinn until the animated series.
Yeah, I love the psychopath, schizophrenic, gangster Joker.
And well, that's why so many people liked Heath Ledger, because although Heath did go fucking nuts playing that character, he was able to show the side of a Joker we had never seen. And that was the crazy, didn't give a fuck Joker.
But I've seen that Joker in the comic books.
Well, yeah, in the comic books we saw it, but we never saw it on film.
But for that movie and that franchise, what we got in Jared Leto with Harley,
definitely.
was, that's why I liked him, and that's why I loved him, and I loved when they did in Justice League, when they did that that cutscene into the future,
Yeah.
and Batman and Joker reluctantly were teamed up, but Joker was still Joker, man, and Batman
Like,
was still Batman. At the end of the day, they were still each other's
and
greatest
to
rival,
my
most needed. Like Batman would have never been as popular as he was without the Joker, and Joker would have never been as popular as he was without Batman. At the end
I
of the day,
mean, if you read the comics, Joker doesn't even really show up in the comics, which was the detective series until probably, which I'm still, that's what I love about Amazon and the Kindle, because we have that membership. I can
yeah,
buy those comics for like $1.
mm,
And I got into the detective series. I also got, the only goddamn thing I hate is to get to the good part of the series, you have to read all these other comic books. That's like fucking Marvel. In order to get to the Punisher, you have to read all these Spider-Man ones. In
yeah,
order to get to fucking Daredevil, you have to know the fucking, it's just like fuck. But
yeah,
at the same time, the thing I have to say about DC Comics, and I will die on this hill, stop telling us the fucking origin of Batman. We've seen it.
we all know.
Like,
Spanish,
give us a Nightwing movie. Or you know what? How about this? Since you got fucking Michael Keaton to come back, DC, knock on wood, how about you give us the Batman Beyond movie? Where Michael Keaton is old Bruce Wayne, retired, and he's training
why
Terry
didn't they do that
McGinnis to
with
be
why didn't they do this
Batman
with
Beyond.
the Batman franchise? Why didn't they do a Batman Beyond with Keaton and Sparkly Vampire Guy? Like, why didn't they? You're retelling a story that's been retold a million times.
Exactly.
You could have given us Batman Beyond with Sparkly Vampire Kid and fucking Michael Keaton.
And it's like, I haven't seen the new Flash movie, but I already know what happens to Michael Keaton's Batman in it.
I don't know what has happened to him. I know he was going to be there. I haven't seen the new. I haven't seen the new Flash. Jeff gets pissed. I haven't watched Blue Beetle, and I haven't. And I just seen that Aquaman is. I want to watch them, but I was waiting to watch them with Cash, and then Cash was like, "Yeah, I don't want to watch." But
Well,
Flash.
like the Flash, the only reason I
have
want to see
3
the
hours to
Flash.
myself. Or
Yeah.
like I don't have 3 hours where nobody's home where I can just watch the Flash because Nikki's not interested in the Flash. I'm not going to make her sit through the Flash movie.
My
So
wife, believe it or not, knew nothing about comics,
yeah,
but she loves the superhero movies. And
yeah.
she didn't even know about any of that shit until she met me.
Nikki's seen some of the Marvel movies and she's just like, nah, but she don't know what's about. But I'm not going to make Nikki sit through
No.
3 or 4 hours of the Flash just because I want to watch it. But I'm not like I don't ever have that time where nobody else is here where I can sit down and watch the Flash. Like I
Dude,
don't.
I would fucking, if I lived closer to you or any time when we hang out, you come up here or I come down there, I'll watch all that shit with you, bro.
Yeah.
I will. Like, dude, me and my wife watched all the fucking well, we haven't seen. I've seen all the Avengers. She hasn't, but we watched all the Marvel movies in chronological order, the way you're supposed to.
I want to do that.
And dude, like, she can't wait to see Thanos. She can't wait to see Endgames.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like
like
when I showed her The Crow, that is the first time I ever seen a movie actually move her like that, because I told her the backstory of how Brandon Lee, when he got shot, that was the last time he was supposed to be on set because he was going to go off to Mexico and marry his fiance at the time.
yeah.
And they dedicated that movie to their love. But like I told Alyssa, because she got mad at me because I really wanted to see the Flash movie, but like I told her, I said the only reason I want to go is because I want to see Michael Keaton, because to me it's that third Michael Keaton movie we never got in the Tim Burton series.
And Michael Keaton is my favorite Batman,
Yep.
and Affleck is my second favorite Batman. I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I love it.
Affleck, the only thing that killed him was that god awful Batman versus Superman bullshit. But that
Well,
wasn't his fault, and it wasn't Henry Cavill's fault. It was the writing.
Yeah, it was so corny. Like it was such a good movie,
Yeah.
but like the climatic scene was take care of Martha, and Batman was like, "What did
What
you?"
did you say?
It was like, really? Like this is what we're
Yeah.
doing? This is what we're fucking doing?
And if you go off the comics, Batman and Superman met because Superman was under the control of Poison Ivy, and
Yeah.
that's how the Batman versus Superman thing came about.
Like it was like this is what we like. Y'all really bringing fucking Judgment Day into this fucking movie, and this is what we get.
Yeah.
Batman's gonna have a soft heart because their moms share the same fucking. Like we all knew that. Like we all fucking knew that.
And like,
Dude,
you
it
know,
killed man. It killed. Oh, I was so mad. I'm like, I watched the first time I was watching. I was like, really, really.
I loved all the hate.
For my TV, and I want to punch the writers in the face so goddamn.
Like like Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton. I never knew this, but Ben Affleck ended up calling Michael Keaton and saying, "Hey, what am I supposed to do?" And Michael Keaton said, "I will give you the advice I gave Christian Bale. Make it your own."
And Keaton. So this is what I did not. I didn't care for Christian. The movies were good. That Dark Knight trilogy was
Bale
good.
played a good young Batman
Like,
starting out.
Yeah, I liked that Dark Knight trilogy. I
Yeah.
liked that. What I didn't like about it was there was no different. Christian Bale was Batman all the time. There was no when he was Bruce Wayne, he was still Batman, and that was what Michael Keaton did. Very
So cool.
yeah. He took. I'm Batman. I'm Bruce Wayne. And he made the two characters different, and that's what I like about Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck did a very good job of making Batman separate from Bruce Wayne, and I loved it. I thought it was great, and it was just like Christian Bale didn't do that. Val Kilmer was a douchebag as Batman or Bruce Wayne, and I love Val Kilmer. Don't get me wrong, Val Kilmer. I love you to death. Sorry you got neck cancer, throat cancer, mouth cancer, whatever you got going on.
He
You know,
should have never played Batman.
of all time, and George Clooney, why?
Because he wanted a paycheck. He's
Why?
even come out and admitted
Why?
that.
Fucking nipples on your bat suit, you fucking weirdo. You goddamn psychopath. Go sell your fucking espresso machine on your fucking Vespa and leave Batman alone, George Clooney. Fuck you, George Clooney. Fuck you to hell, George. You rat bastard. No, go to hell,
Or
Clooney.
not George Clooney. Joel Schumacher is the one we can blame for that one.
Go to hell, Joe Schumacher, and George Clooney. You can go to hell too. And
Well,
fuck you,
Schumacher's already dead.
and fuck you for all your stupid Oceans movies too, because those were all fucking terrible too. Go back to ER, George Clooney.
But
You go to hell, George
honestly,
Clooney. I don't like George Clooney. I just
I
realized
don't either.
I don't like George Clooney. I don't like George Clooney.
And people will hate me for this, but I'm still holding out hope that somehow DC goes to Tim Burton. And I don't give a shit people don't like Tim Burton, but I hope they go to Tim Burton and say, "You know what? We got Keaton back. Give us our third movie."
James Gunn has got a new Superman movie coming out, and it's being filmed here in Ohio.
I'm sorry, but the way they fucked over Henry Cavill, who was one of the best Superman.
I loved Henry Cavill as
Superman. So people get mad at me when I say this, but honestly, Christopher Reeves, pretty damn good.
Number one.
Henry Cavill, right there.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Because Henry Cavill, and this is the thing that pisses me off about Netflix, is you had a guy on The Witcher that knew what Geralt was all about.
I don't ever play dude. When in Justice League, when my man showed up and Steppenwolf dropped that axe and dropped it, and my man showed up and he dropped it right on it. I was like, hey,
like,
fucked up. You fucked around and fell out, man. You done fucked up, bro. Just so you know.
Like DC, James Gunn, you guys fucked up Henry Cavill so bad, and Henry Cavill knows about the Superman mythology. He knows about the Witcher mythology. He is such a comic book person and a video game guy. That's why people of his fans love him. And you could have made him evil Superman, and you didn't have the balls.
done anything with him, man. It was, but no, I'm
Because
well, I got excited because they just, the new Superman movie. I love Superman, one of my favorite, all-time favorite comic book
better
characters.
than Brandon fucking Routh.
He was too pretty to be Superman. But you know, the new Superman's movie's coming out. James Gunn is back, and I'm like, well, all right, well, who's going to be Superman? Because I love Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
I love him. He was great, but at the end of the day, we literally have James Gunn, and I'm a DC guy. I'm a DC guy more than I'll ever be a Marvel guy. Don't get me wrong, I love Marvel.
I
I
love
love
both.
Marvel Universe. I love the Marvel comic books. But I've always been a DC guy. I was a DC when it was Dark Comics before it became, it was Detective Comics and then Dark Comics and
Yep.
then whatever the fuck DC was for a minute, and then they danced around with the Dark Comics again. And I love seeing the dark side of these superheroes, not necessarily being bad guys, but also at the same time tiptoeing the line. You know what I mean?
And
And James Gunn does a very good job of playing that line with superheroes. So I'm like, oh,
yeah,
we
but
got James Gunn in the DC right now. All right, let's lock him down. Let's keep him.
he needs to hit it out of the park, because his first couple of DC movies have been okay.
I've liked everything. I even liked the Aquaman movie, man. I know a lot of people.
James Gunn, DC will always do what DC does, and they'll be like, oh, hey, we have something good here, but because Marvel did it better, we'll need to hire this person. Well, that person didn't make it work, so now we got to go and explain Batman all over again. It's like, and me and Mark have talked about this, and I told Mark, this would be such a good roundtable discussion about the future of not only DC, but of Marvel. Because Marvel now is starting to slow down. Their shit. Deadpool is the only Marvel movie right now that's actually doing really well.
Also, Marvel being owned by Disney is going super woke. And you know what we should do? We should pitch an idea for a talking shit show. We could do it.
Yeah, I'm down.
Talking shit collaboration on their channel.
I'm down.
Round table of this conversation.
Well, like I even told me and Mark talked about this.
Do it on their channel. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Like me and Mark have talked about this for months, and I told him, because me and him are comic book nerds just like you are, and like he asked me, he's like, so if you were gonna make a Blade movie and have to restart from scratch, who are you getting? And I said Wesley Snipes. And he's like, but that's already been done. And I'm like, yeah, I get that, but there's still that story that they didn't tell about Blade. Yeah, Blade Trinity sucked, but at the end of the day, they could have really made a fourth movie and rectified it. Just like now, with not knowing who the next James Bond is, I hope to God it's Henry Cavill.
It's gonna be Idris Elba.
No, it's not. He's already said he's not doing it. Even though even all the woke people are pissed off about it, he even said, he's like, why would I want to do a white person movie when I can literally make my own spy movie?
Where's that?
And then you got the ones that want a woman James Bond, which is nothing wrong with that, but honestly, you could literally take any character that's a woman out of the James Bond thing and make it good enough to have a franchise around it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 007 is just a code name. There's been other 007s before Bond.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but these people nowadays don't understand that shit. Because it's, well, my politics say this and yada yada yada. It's like, fuck your politics.
Exactly. However.
Holy shit, we've been
Yeah.
We're
gonna wrap this shit up, man.
Dude, but no, like me and you and Connor, if he wants to be involved in this, and Jeff or whoever, we need to get it with Mark and Brian and do a round table about comics.
No, we should. I think you and I should both pitch it to them, and we can do it on a Thursday night for their show.
Yeah.
And little we get our nerd on. We can get our fucking nerd on and do a little round table, comic books, comic book movies that have been out, or movies that are already out, movies that are coming up, what we think, what we feel. I think it'll be a good conversation. I think it'll be a fun show. And the great thing about it is, if Nonsensical Nonsense goes on there as guest, we can still put it on our social media.
Yeah.
It'll be on ours, and it's going to be on ours. And it's that little that
Collab.
that collab, that crossbreeding, whatever you want to call it. But however, we do got to wrap this show up. Jeff, hopefully you're feeling better by Sunday, Connor, or Saturday. Connor, don't worry about tonight, brother. I know it was a little crazy and a little wild in your house, and you had a lot of things going on. Don't worry, it's all good, man.
Don't worry, Connor. Jarvis filled your spot perfectly.
He said it. I was getting there, but he said it.
Oh God. Yeah, let's wrap this up. We already got the Trump people now.
Yeah. No, Connor, don't worry about a thing, brother. I know you got a lot of stuff going on. You were dealing with some situations in your house. You got to be a dad, all that stuff. Never. I honestly, when Jeff messaged me, and I know your situation, and I was planning to be here alone, and I was actually going to reach out to you, Jarvis, if I was alone, and I was going to reach out to, Brian and Brian and Mark, and see if anybody else wanted to join, or I was just going to rock this shit out solo. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Nonetheless, we had a good show. We had fun. We had some good conversations. We joked, we laughed, and at the end of the day, that's all we're doing. We're just here having fun. And Jarvis, again, thank you, man.
Anytime you need me.
I do appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being on the show. And actually, I got to be 100% honest with you. No jokes, all jokes aside, and everything like that. I do look forward to you being a part of the show, man. So,
like I said, anytime you guys need me,
you can tell Alyssa to deal with it, because.
Oh yeah, she's coming on the show.
Before eventually you might be a part of all 3 nights.
And I'm not. Like I said before, anytime you guys need me, don't be afraid to reach out. If I can't make it, there's Mark or there's Brian. You guys are good. I love watching the show, even if I'm not on it. But okay, I'm gonna say this before I do like Trump, but honestly, let's get over it. Like, we all know what's gonna happen. But no, I enjoy being part of the show. If you guys ever do want me to be a part of the 3rd show, I'm fine with that. And like I told you, once I get my radio job, if I can't make a show, you'll know ahead of time. Not like Jeff or Connor, where all of a sudden halfway through the show I gotta leave or I'm sick. Connor puked 3 times on Monday, by the way. 3 times.
3 times, just 3 times, Jeffrey.
Love you, Jeff. Love you, Jeff.
3 times, and he was still here.
We know that the federales are coming after you, Jeff. We get it. But no, I'm very appreciative that B even asked to come on the show. And yeah, I appreciate it 100%. I love being on here. It gets kind of awkward sometimes when we calm down, Joe Exotic.
That's my guy.
I saw a tiger. No.
That's my dude. I love Sean. That's my boy.
But you have a good one, Sean. And you have a good one too, Glick. But anytime you want to talk comics,
Jarvis, if you can hang out for the song,
yeah,
and leave us with closing thoughts or closing words or whatever, the drill. Here on Nonsensical Nonsense. No, we really do. We appreciate you guys listening. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the show tonight. It was
interesting.
It was interesting. It was nonsensical nonsense. Expect the unexpected, and just like my man, the one and only Hot Rod, Rowdy Piper once said, just when you think you have all the answers, I change
I
up the
change the
questions.
questions.
That's what we
Piper's
do.
Pit.
Nonsensical Nonsense. We change, we adapt, and we go with the flow. I do appreciate y'all listening. If you're not already, follow us on all them social medias: Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. Don't forget, we do the shows Wednesday and Saturday nights, 7 p.m. ish, on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch live. We encourage all of you guys to be in the chatters box. We encourage all of you guys to be taking part of the show and hanging out with us. We do enjoy that. And if you miss us live and you want to get caught up on all the shows, you can find us wherever you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense, or you can simply go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. All of our links are there to all of our social medias. Not only that, but we also have links to our sponsors, like Zencaster, who we mentioned at the beginning of the show, W Energy, who we mentioned halfway through the show, or not W Energy, I'm sorry, Liquid IV. And last but not least, our guys over at W Energy. W Energy, are you tired of energy drinks that where you drink one and an hour later you're crashing and then you got to drink 3 or 4 more and then they leave you with jitters? Well, W Energy is no jitters and no crashes at the end of the day. So I put this challenge out to all of our listeners and to anybody who hears this and sees us. Are you ready to wage war on big energy? Are you? Well, join the W Army. Energy drinks that actually taste good, energy drinks that's not going to leave you with a crash, and energy drinks that are not going to leave you with jitters. Not only that, but they're also an energy drink that's going to get you energized and focused and ready for your day. Bada bing, bada boom at the end of the day. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, hey, yo.
Hey, yo, why are you not drinking W Energy? Hey, what's the matter with you? Head over to w.gg, use our promo code Words Are Hard, get that discount, and try W for yourself at the end of the day.
Nah, Sean, we'll let all the dumbasses do a GoFundMe for Sleepy Joe.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna wrap the show up tonight with a little
Just you wait, Dubby. Before you know it, there will be a nonsensical energy drink which will put the world on fire, brother.
Oh man, I can't. God, I wish W or Liquid IV would name a flavor after the show.
Dude, that'd be badass.
Right? We're gonna wrap the show up with a cover of Morgan Wallen's Last Night. It's a rock cover done by Our Last Night. Friends of the show, awesome band. You should check them out if you don't know who they are. And we'll be back to wrap it up in just a minute.
Last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met, but baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. I kiss your lips, make you grip the sheets with your fingertips. Last bottle of Jack, we split a fifth. Just talk about life, going sip for sip. Yeah, you know you. I see your taillights in the dust. You call your mama, I call your bluff. In the middle of the night, pull right back up. Yeah, my friends say let her go. Your friends say what the hell, I wouldn't change her kind of love for nothing else. Oh baby, last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met. Baby, something's telling me this ain't over.
That's a good way to wrap the show up right there, ladies and gentlemen. Our last night with their cover of Morgan Wallen's Last Night is a rock cover. Appreciate y'all listening. We'll see you Saturday night with a brand new episode of Nonsensical Nonsense. Don't forget, Saturday night is the Open Door Challenge, where we drop the link in the chatters box, and we encourage each and every one of you to jump up here and join us live and hang out with us and shoot the shit, and whatever happens at the end of the day. Until next time, Jarvis, what would you like to leave the peoples with as we end this show?
Oh shit. Well, one of the late great best actors in the world, Brandon Lee, once told us it can't rain all the time.
Fuck you,
But
Sandy.
yeah, fuck you, Sandy. God damn it, people. We told you how many times. If you put it on the teleprompter, he will read it. San Diego is German for whale's vagina.
Got a new cologne. It's called Sex Panther.
It smells like Bigfoot's dick.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, when you find yourself at the crossroads of life and you don't know what you do and you're willing to make a deal with the devil, always remember, ask yourself 5 simple words, 5 simple letters, WW and ND. What would nonsensical nonsense do? And last but not least, be good. Or be good at it.
They'd look that devil in the face and say, "Suck it." Now hit my music.
We already hit the music.
Damn it.
This is where Jeff would usually say, "Hit the button."
Hey.